We have a bit of history to bring you here.
It's all set here. The big stage, the big occasion.
The ITTF World Cup is back.
Beautiful, shiny, sparkling city. The biggest stars in the world are here. The crowd has shown up. It's what we've all been waiting for.
Time and time again, these two greats are providing us superb entertainment. A massive moment here.
How can you play table tennis any better? Test it everywhere on the table.
Are we about to witness the turning of tides and the changing of lives?
Watch me in action.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ITTF Men's and Women's World Cup Macau 2024 now begins.
女士们、先生们，2024年澳门国际乒联男子及女子世界杯比赛现在开始。Hello and a very warm welcome to you here at the Galaxy Arena. This is the venue. How have you felt about this after this morning's action, I should say?
Very good evening to you, Shazad, and I'm really kind of reeling still from that. You know, we had a big upset there. We had no one, sorry, two upsets there, and I loved it. I love that battle that happened between Marlon and LeBron, and I'm really excited about what's to come, especially about watching Alfonso Long in action. Now he's had great There are so many things to talk about. So, all that, of course, will be great to look forward to in the next 4 matches. My big question is,
Next, let's welcome men players.
you've got two Chinese players who made it through, but you've got two, of course, who face off right at the end of the day, and really keen on figuring out what that result is going to be, and I await that. But for now, let's get started.
So making his way into the arena for our first match of this session. Marcos Freitas, Miguel Gonzalez, 4-0. 3-1 high-ranked player. And he's going to have to do something similar here against a top table tennis player, Tomokazu Harimoto from Japan. Beat Andre Gashina 3-1, and then a surprising result against Jonathan Groth, 2-4, only just squeaked in to the knockout rounds. And it was so tight. It was a very emotional response from him when he got through Glenn.
Well, it certainly was. We didn't see the way that whole match played out. And we thought, you know, it was Jonathan Groth that got through. We saw the tally of the points. But I think what was interesting is Tomokazu Harimoto had his bang on. He was playing knowing where he was in terms of the tally and the points. There's a lot of this youngster brings to the sport, and I'm looking forward to this. Now again, contrasting styles of play. Marcos Freitas entirely different in his approach to the table. Also Tomokazu San, very different with his approach to the table. And I think it's going to be a battle that is a great start for the evening session.
Yeah, I agree with you that it does set the standard, isn't it, for the rest of the evening. As the two players get prepared, their last chats with their coaches before the action gets underway. And Tomokazu Harimoto is going to just take his time if he can before he gets asked to get over there from the umpire. Quite often that's the case. So good. No props yet. Is waiting very patiently indeed. Quick little warm-up here before we get things underway. Left-handed Marcos Freitas from Portugal. He's 36 years of age. He is currently 18th in the world. He's been a little bit higher in the top 10 at 7. That was in November of 2015. This year he's got to the semi-finals of the Europe Top 16 Cup in Montreux, Switzerland. Tomokazu Harimoto is just 20 years of age. It feels like he's been around forever. He is 9th in the world, and of course he has reached the #2 spot. That was at the end of 2022. Just had a little bit of a blip after that, but seems to be bouncing back. Chan Chi-Wai is our umpire. And our assistant will be Miguel Lagos. Your thoughts ahead of this one then, Glenn?
Well, the first thing I'm going to say is we are seeing new umpires today, which is quite welcome. You know, in the morning we had one, another new umpire, well, in the evening. I think it's going to be a fairly tight battle between these two. We know that, well, the young Japanese player Harimoto does come in with a lot of speed. His reaction times are quick. As far as Freitas goes, we also know he's a player that looks like, you know, he's probably just sitting on the park reading a book. When his hands fly, it's like bullets getting out of his whole shirt. It's quite, I think he's another player that I would not take very lightly. So it's going to be a battle. I think Freitas has a tad bit more experience, but as far as Harimoto goes, he's more in the year end now. So will be interesting. Will it be experience? Once again, will youth triumph? At least he answered the first one for me.
Well, you know what an aggressive player he is. Tomokazu Harimoto, who burst onto the scene as a young kid, really. And you could argue never looked back. Only once in a generation do you have that sort of player. And some would argue, you know, you look at the likes of Felix Lebrun, it could be something like that.
That's an excellent comparison, actually, when you're talking about Felix Lebrun. Lebrun also has his brother in there, Alexis Lebrun. At the same time, Harimoto has his sister in there who's also playing extremely competitive table tennis. So what a joy to have siblings who actually even get a bit of time with each other, especially during periods like the pandemic where they have time to spar with each other.
This is a man who won the World Junior Championships in 2016. Then he was just 12 years old. 2017, he was the youngest ever winner of a World Tour title when he won the Czech Open at just 14 years and 2 months. In December of that year, he became the youngest player to win the World Tour Grand Finals at just 15 years old. A very good start here for Marcos Freitas against a man who's an Olympic medal winner, bronze in the team events and singles World Cup final, WTT Cup finals. He's won a couple of silvers, a Tour Grand Finals we mentioned in 2018, an Asian champion bronze medalist in 2018 as well, 2019 rather, and a youth Olympic champion silver medalist. So much going for him.
He's definitely the pick of the Portuguese players that we've seen in action during this World Cup. You know, way ahead of the pack. I think one of the finest that we've seen probably coming from that region. He really has skills. He can take on the big wigs. Harimoto, on the other hand, as I said, explosive player. We've just spoken about his achievement. But I think, you know, we saw one very clear picture with Lebrun playing Malong. And experience there, or wisdom, has its edge sometimes over, you know, energy and youth. Harimoto, explosive player, he goes to the kill, but in crunch situations, I think it's very important when you're playing a senior player, how exactly can you match those wits? We'll find that out as we get on with the game. As of now, he was behind, now he's taking the lead. It's 5-4 for Harimoto. I think my word on this would be for Freitas. Don't take this youngster lightly. He's got a very aggressive style of play. Jang Woo-jin, we saw him in the morning. We saw what he did when he got his aggressive side up and running. Literally ran through his opponent.
Yeah, I would argue that Marcos Freitas, he learnt his lesson in a way, because when he first played Tomokazu Harimoto in 2017 and 2018, he won the first 2 matches, and when this was a very, very young man. And he beat them at the German Open and the Czech Open in 2017 and 18 respectively, won 4-2 and 4-3. And since then, they've met 4 other times, 2019 at the World Champs, and also at the Bulgarian Open, also again at the World Champs in 2022 in Chengdu, the World Team Champs that is, and last year in Durban in the singles championships. He has taken just 1 game in those 4 matches.
It's pretty much a sign of things, isn't it? You play a youngster, and then the youngster grows up and becomes a proper professional who's, you know, fairly seasoned and matured, and well, everything turns around. But didn't we see that in the morning with Felix Lebrun as well, when he took on Malong.
How about that? Just when Freitas was creeping up on Harimoto, he pulls off a shot like that. It's almost a look of, I'm not sure what else I could do.
I think Freitas taken totally by surprise, wasn't he?
As soon as he advanced to the table, It was the right shot there to play from Harimoto.
It's a unique attacking style, isn't it? Yeah, and you just play it to the wrong arm. Well, great for guys like Alamian,
6-10.
who might have been able to tackle that.
4 game points now for Tomokazu Harimoto.
And that's fairly early on, so
Yeah, double quick time.
Game 2.
So that was pretty straightforward for Tomokazu Harimoto after a very decent start. Well, Freitas, I think it was 4-1 up. And then Harimoto got in on the action. 11-6 the score in the end of the first game. Tomokazu Harimoto is leading.
Same game. Harimoto should serve. The ball.
You know, it takes something pretty special to stop this young man. Marcos Freitas is going to have to dig very, very deep here to do this.
I think it's the sheer pace of what he does, right? And he's got a surefire kill shot, and I think that really makes a difference when he goes for it. He goes for it, and he can finish it without even blinking. And that, well, if Freitas doesn't actually pull it together and combat that, it might be well, and there's a war cry after every win, so Freitas should probably be shaking a bit about that too.
Freitas, his best performance in a World Cup was a quarter-final in 2015.
Well, he's an excellent ambassador of the sport. There's no doubt about it, Marcus Freitas. But it's just on this given day, you've got a young man who's very fired up.
Yep.
That's 5 love, Shez.
Yeah, Harimoto is really on fire here. I mentioned that he got silver in Chengdu at the World Cup. He wants to go one better. Finally gets a point on the board. Freitas, a man who really has helped Portugal in the past. A team gold at the European Games in 2015 and European champions in 2014. Also a doubles gold in 2011 of that year. Has got a singles silver in European champs in 2015 and a bronze in 2020. And Europe top 16 is one before in 2014. There's an accomplished player, but he's also 16 years older than his opponent.
Oh, that's masterclass once again. Harimoto, quick change there. Lovely placement. And that's what you need. Freight is currently on 3, Tomokazu Harimoto on 6. It's fairly interesting to see how this pans out. Well, it started off at Harimoto blindly running ahead to a 5-love lead. But Freitas has cut that down. Freitas has picked up 4 points since then, while Harimoto has just picked up 1.
Yeah, it's a nice recovery here. Only the 1 point in it.
That's why you never underestimate an experienced player like Freitas either. I think Freitas taken by surprise. Well, but having said that, I thought he'd be taken by surprise by the sheer pace of the game and the way Harimoto was zooming through it. But he has faced Harimoto before, so even when he was a youngster and later on, he more or less knows how this young man has developed as one of the key professionals.
7-6.
Got to give a lot of credit to Freitas for bouncing back. What looked to be pretty much at that scoreline, it looked like he might already be out of the second game. So he's shown real fortitude to come back here. You've got to play that risk when you're going cross court, of course. You then play the shorter side away from Freitas, because he's all the way on this corner, Glenn.
Well, that's an unorthodox move, isn't it? Normally you'd wait to go onto the backhand or the forehand, but you're just turning the bat upside down, and you don't see too many players using unorthodox shots. I think that's absolutely stunning.
6-9.
Yeah, just gave him a little bit of height on that, and then he was in a bit of trouble.
Well, when he pounds it, he really pounds it, doesn't he? It's not like...
Oh, he tried to counter.
Freitas almost got it.
See, as soon as he crept up on Harimoto, the Japanese player just accelerated and now has 4 game points. That's a beautiful winner from him. Just stepped up. That is the reach. Someone of his height can put that away easily.
So gentle. Nothing vicious or aggressive. Just a gentle move that finds the right direction.
11-7.
That's pretty much it for the second game done. It's a similar score as what started off as a real lead for Harimoto, then of course being cut down by Freitas. Now we regained it.
So at the end of the second game, Harimoto has won it 11-7. He's up 2 games to 0.
That game finished. Level. That's one.
Now, Glenn, we go back to the morning session today, right? And we saw a number of players take a 2-0 lead, and they were cruising, and then it all went topsy-turvy. And it just felt like, I don't know whether they took the eye off the ball or they just lost their intensity. But this is where you've got to keep your, as it were, their foot to the throat.
2-1. Well, I think this is the part where Harimoto will want to probably, you know, take a sizable lead in this very third game. I don't think he wants to go the entire stretch or, you know, the length and breadth of this contest between the two, because we saw that in the earlier session. There were a few players who did that. Harimoto looks like the kind of lad who wants to finish this and get back home to a hot bowl of ramen. Talking of which, in certain places in Macau, besides all the regular fare, you do get a good bowl of ramen.
Well, right now it's Freitas in front. He's going to put all plans on hold. That's a wonderful bit of play there from.
So interesting times here for Marcus Freitas. Well, he has taken the lead this time around, and I think he needs to do that. He needs to pace himself out. You know, Harimoto comes back, try and get back, but then what do you do in scenarios like this? It's so easy to talk about it. Harimoto, when he fires, and it stays fired. It's very interesting when you think about it, Shaz. Harimoto is not just about his game, is it? It's not just about the way he goes about his routine. It's everything put together. It's his whoop of joy, his victory cry. And if you take it all as a package, it comes across in a warrior-like fashion, which is, if you're not an experienced, athlete like Marcus Freitas, probably you're one of the newer lads who's come in or hasn't really faced a lot of the Asian players, it would be very intimidating as a total package. Jung Woo-jin doesn't embody that. He comes across as a sincere, fun guy who likes to be electrifying, but Harimoto comes across as very aggressive and efficient.
Well, he needs some of that aggression right now, doesn't he, Harimoto? Get himself back into this third game.
He's been behind in the first. It didn't seem to worry him too much, but I think this is where Marcus Freitas probably needs to, do a little better, stay ahead of him as much as he can if he wants to give himself a fighting chance.
He's coming up firing here, Freitas now.
This is the Freitas that we love watching, isn't it? Even with that height, the ability to just bend your back a bit, get that shot back in. Well done, Freitas.
Leads by 3 here, the Portuguese player. Oh, the chance there, he knows it. Harimoto. Bit of a let-off there for Freitas. He goes 3 games down and it becomes very difficult for him. We saw this numerous times this morning, where a little comeback started in game 3. Jung Woo-jin in particular comes to mind. He went on to win against Lin Min-ru.
8-5.
Freitas needs this game. To be 3 down against Harimoto, that is going to be a tough hill to climb. And Freitas 2 away from making it 2-1. That's a wonderful shot from Harimoto. Needs a few more of those.
I think Freitas just want to well claim this. Can Harimoto pick up the next 3 points? Maybe.
Yeah. It's perfectly possible. A couple of points here for Harimoto. Now, is he going to take a timeout? I don't know whether he wants to use it now, waste it now. Important to get that on the board. Given that he's very rarely taken a game off Harimoto in recent times, I would have thought, just to secure it, he might have done it there.
Nice 8.
Yeah, now he's going to do it. So, maybe a point earlier might have been better. He thought he'd take his chances.
I was about to say good call, Chess. I think you're right. It is the right time. If you don't do it now...
Yeah, that opportunity may be gone.
Absolutely.
Não pode ter dúvidas nenhuma do que vai fazer. Pensas como deve ser e decides o que é que vais fazer. Ok? Quando fores tu a receber, se fores para o curto, tenta ir um bocadinho mais cedo, está bem? Mas eu agora fiz o toque e estou a fechar curto. Sim. 前面那两个更果断一点，对，再果断。上手啊！
Nice 8. So Freitas, after that timeout, I do wonder, Shez, whether, you know, it's going to do him a world of good, but he needs to win this game to give himself a fighting chance. And Harimoto has just equalized. It's now 9-all. A lovely push there, and they're just playing it to the area that, well, Freitas wasn't expecting it back at, down the center, a little more to the left, and Freitas might have been able to reach his forehand out. Very, very smart play from Tomokazu Harimoto. So it's now 9-all. 9-10. And now remember, Harimoto has already claimed, well, 2. The first player to win 4 will qualify for the last 8.
11-9.
So he has taken that game after converting his game point there. Marcos Freitas, worth taking that timeout just to get that game on the board. Only his second game that he's taken off Harimoto in 5 matches. That shows you just how rare it is, and therefore a big moment for him. He needs to build on it. And at the end of the third game, it's 11. It's 11-9 to Freitas. It's Harimoto who leads 2-1.
First game, Harimoto to serve, love ball.
So kind of third game syndrome affecting Tomokazu Harimoto, where he cruised the first 2 games. Then he got pegged back by Freitas.
That mental advantage now is with Freitas.
Oh, yeah.
How long does it stay? Well, that's a good question. I think
Up 2.
Yeah.
No.
As I said, it's not often that he takes a game off Harimoto.
1-2.
Freitas, well, just misjudging that return. It's a bit too much of length on that.
2-all.
So the last time they played at the World Champs, while Harimoto won 4-0, every single game he won was just by 2 points, so it was tight. It was a tight 4-0, 4-0, if that makes sense. But Freitas has stuck it out here.
3-2.
Yeah, it seems to have just kind of lit a fire under him right now, Harimoto.
Well, excellent serve there. All that he needed was to basically put that back in the direction that Harimoto had sent it from, and I think Freitas was just trying to fox his opponent. Didn't gauge how far that was going to travel. It's now 2-4.
3-4.
Well done. You need those surprise attacks, don't you, every now and then? Freitas is trying to counter every point that Harimoto is winning.
5-3.
And that's something that he'll find out. If you just noticed, 5 of those points, 3 have been through Freitas' errors.
And we keep saying this, when you're playing the higher ranked player, you need to worry, you need to be cutting those out as much as possible. Easy for us to say, but it's hard enough playing someone like Harimoto, isn't it?
Very well put, Kes. I think that's really, really important because, well, let's have a view of this. Freitas once again gets that in and then misses it. Now, the problem is, yeah, you're playing at your best and you're playing against, you know, the high-ranked players. And you know that that best is still sometimes not going to be good enough.
Yeah.
And then you throw in the mistakes that you make.
Correct. So
Well,
you're already, you know, there's already a gulf in rankings.
Absolutely.
You've got to play above and beyond what you normally do. Then we all often talk about
Next, 3-7.
unpredictability or playing on front foot forward. You cannot play your normal game because you're normally not as good as that player. So
Very
you have to
true.
do something different.
3-8.
And add to that, then the unforced errors come into it. You're compounding the difference between you and this player, this better player. 5-point gap.
Yeah, to me, Harimoto looks to be running away with this.
9-3.
Now 9. So Freitas, that burst from him earlier, well, it's just kind of now gone into the background. Harimoto's really giving it his all.
Well, Freitas has beaten high-ranked players before.
9-4.
Oh, very good. His best triumph was against both Truls Morgard and Junmu Zotani. Both were world number 4 at the time. 2022 was the last time he did that against Morgard in Budapest.
5-9.
So he has the ability. And
See, Freitas come back in, and he is. He's battling this really hard, Shez.
Harimoto decides now is a time to take a timeout and disrupt perhaps any kind of fight back from Marcos Freitas. Three points. Harimoto just wanting to ensure there is no comeback here. Finish off this game. He'll be 3-1 up.
Well, that was also an excellent ploy to break Freitas' momentum. He was just in a flow at that time.
Well, statistically,
There's no
Freitas,
coming back from that.
he's not got a great record in fifth game of a best of 5 match. He only wins, tends to win 56% of his fifth game matches.
Absolutely, you love it, but when Freitas does the reverse pendulum, it's just such a craft that he's good at. I think that timeout has done Freitas a world of good, other than Harimoto, because he's now just a point behind. I think Tomokazu Harimoto has got to put on his thinking cap. He's got to figure out now how to tackle this onslaught from Freitas.
Oh, that's another miss. And ironically enough, he was in a good position. He's the one who took the timeout as well. Harimoto, I think that's what, 3 points in a row that Freitas has
right
got.
about that.
Harimoto actually,
And 3 very, very convincing points.
he wins 56% of his fifth games, and it dips quite spectacularly when it goes to games 6 and 7.
10-9.
Oh, this is very, very good. My goodness, Freitas could actually make it 2-all. He was in a bit of trouble. This has been brilliant from him. That's why his coach is on his feet. 4 points in a row.
And close to clinching this game as well, which means it's going to be a worry for Harimoto.
11-9.
This is brilliant from Freitas. And he's leveled things here. He hasn't taken 2 games off Tomokazu Harimoto since 2018. That's 5 matches ago. 6 matches if you include this one.
Well, I think Harimoto just a little bit well rattled there. He's been making a lot of mistakes.
Fourth game, Marcos Freitas, 11-9. It's 2-all.
Olha, tranquilo, bora lá, o cara. Contra, dá muito jogo ainda, bora lá. Quer um bocadinho d'água? Ninguém me entendeu. Tá, bora lá.
Amazing how momentum shifts so quickly in table tennis when you saw how much in control Harimoto was in the first two games. And that's a credit to Mark that he stuck to his task, and he's now finding himself right back in this.
Well, fate is... Oh, that's an absolutely brilliant point one. Fate is, well, doing everything right now. I don't know what it was about that timeout, but whatever his coach said, it's just turned Freitas around entirely.
Yeah.
And that's very, very interesting because from being surprised, he's the one that's surprising Harimoto time and again now. What a change.
1-2.
Harimoto fighting back. Well, I do believe he should have claimed the last game, Des.
Yeah.
It's not going to be easy with the way that Freitas is now going hammer and tongs at him as well.
Yes. 2-all.
I told you that his worst, statistically, his worst game in a best of 7 is the 6th game, Harimoto. He wins less than 50% of game 6s. That does not bode well in this situation.
Oh, that return. What a dream return that is, Shez. It's like, basically, there it goes, up against a rubber wall. Here goes Freitas, slamming it back, and just a gentle touch to send it back in.
Brilliant.
How do you do that? So this is masterclass from Harimoto, who now leads 4 points to 2. We don't see that every day. My only question in all of that is, why was Freitas smashing it towards his bat?
Now, we said that it's not great statistically for Freitas, sorry, for Harimoto winning the 5th game.
2-6.
It's not great for Freitas. He only wins 44% of his 6th games, I should say.
2-7.
So neither one of them particularly great at this stage of a match. But it's Harimoto, with his pedigree, who's ahead by 5. The only thing that stands Freitas in some good stead is the fact that we are playing best of 7. So if Harimoto wins this, there's still a couple games left, if need be.
I think it's going to be very interesting to see who can pull off a win here, but let's not forget, Harimoto was leading in the previous game as well. Now here, Harimoto controlling the game. Oh, well done. Freitas just about, almost trying to angle that back onto the table, but it's 8-3. I just hope it's not a repeat of the previous game for Harimoto.
Oh, not fun.
He almost got that back in. This is an absolutely wonderful player to watch in action.
3-9.
9-3. There you can hear the cheers on.
Yeah,
for
wrong menu next door.
simultaneously. Well, that's our mates Roshan Rai and John Dykes covering the women's event.
Got some way to go here.
Shez, you and me will get the opportunity to see those amazingly wonderful ladies in action in the next couple of days.
Yeah, it all combines from tomorrow here on this table. From the quarterfinals onwards. 8 matches tomorrow. 4 for the men, 4 for the women. Then we've got the semi-finals on Saturday and the 2 finals on Sunday.
10-5.
On the backhand winner there from Harimoto. And the game points now.
In his third game. The question on my mind is this going to be 6 or a 7th game affair?
6-10.
Now, let's not put it past Freitas. 6-10. It was 6-9 in the previous, and he went on to win it.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, he was in some problem, some strife in that last game, and he reeled off, what was it, 5 points in a row?
Absolutely, that's what he did. And that too, after
7.
Harimoto took a timeout.
Timeout, correct. That's 2 in a row here. 3 game points left. Harimoto is not going to feel it just yet, but it's in the back of his mind somewhere. If he doesn't put an end to this now.
11-7.
Harimoto does eventually get there. So, key moment here as he moves to his 3rd win here in this match. And that means he can win it in the next game. Game 5 sees Tomokazu Harimoto win 11-7. He's 3-2 against Marcus Freitas.
Bora, vai. Harimoto. Sixth game. Harimoto to serve. Level.
So this game now is a crucial one for Freitas.
One down.
Can't afford to lose this one. Obviously, the match is over. So there's pressure on him now to win this one.
Well, there's 2 games left, so I think if Freitas does stand and deliver, I'll be surprised. No, that's magnificent. Absolutely magnificent. Just made Marcus Freitas do the samba there. Absolutely phenomenal. That backhand is such a back slap, isn't it? That was certainly going on for a bit. Freitas just having the last word.
Yeah, big moments here now for Freitas to try and make his way into this 6th game.
3-1.
A lot of power on that from Harimoto.
Well, I think Harimoto understands that if he gives Freitas just a little bit of space to breathe, and then Freitas is going to take it all the way. If he tries and keeps the pressure on, keeps that attack and coming at him like he has been doing in that first game especially, and then leaves Freitas to make a few errors, that will make a difference. I think that's...
You know, also, you remember yesterday when Harimoto, I mean, he left it very much by the skin of his teeth. He got through
Very
to
true.
this round. That would have certainly given him a few chills that he doesn't want to be getting to that sort of situation again. That's a little block there from Harimoto. Can he finish this off? Oh, he's not far away, but it's Harimoto who wins that point.
Would have been amazing if he got that back. Would have been amazing. But we saw that in the earlier part of the day from Shalbury. He
Yeah,
did turn
on
that
the
back
counter.
beautifully.
Yeah, the counter was on there for sure, but he just didn't get the contact he needed.
So 5-1, or rather 1-5. Freitas to serve.
1-6.
Now it's a lead of 5. Well, it's now or never time really for Freitas, because Harimoto needs 4 more points to sail through. It's a big moment here for the Portuguese player.
2-8.
Well, it's gone on to 2-8. Freitas just slumping his shoulders there. I think if Freitas, just as you mentioned, Shazad, if he doesn't bring about some change in this, well, it's 1 point in, and that's a good start, I would say. Is to break that points run for which Harimoto was on. Straight off the net. So Freitas now catching up. I think this is the part where Harimoto has to be extra. He can't afford to be taking it too lightly.
Beyond Freitas there.
That's amazing work being done here by Tomokazu Harimoto. It's just amazing work. So 5-9. He is drawing close, but I think if Harimoto can hold on for 2 points, well, it would serve him well.
Yeah, this is actually decent, isn't it, from Freitas?
It certainly is.
5-10.
That was nothing there. Freitas had committed himself. And that block, so effective.
So this is match point. Can Freitas save it? Well, yes, he does.
First one to save of the 5 that he has to face. Tomokazu Harimoto has done it. A good win for him here after being put through his paces at times by Marcus Freitas.
It's interesting there just to see that last bit where Harimoto, of course, pulled off that win. He really went from strength to strength from that previous game, did not allow Freitas to step, not give him the space. And I think that is the key uh, part of this win here. But an interesting game. It did go to 6 in the end. And, well, this is really that last bit before he had that whoop of joy.
This was the best performance for Marcus Freitas against Tomokazu Harimoto in a long, long time, having lost the last 4 matches with only taking 1 game. Tomokazu Harimoto beats Marcus Freitas 11-6, 11-7, 9-11, 9-11, 11-7, 11-6, and wins by 4 games to 2. Well, those places in the quarterfinals are fast picking up. Harimoto will be playing Anton Shalbury in the next round, and I think that will be a tasty, tasty affair. Coming up, Lin Shidong and Fan Zhendong take each other on in an all-China clash. Next up here now, we have the all-China clash, a very big one. The crowd looking forward to it. Lin Shidong comes up first, Alberto Mino and Alexis Lebrun. 4 games to 0, or 4 games to 0, I should say. Very, very good performances. Alexis Lebrun especially. There's a huge cheer for Fan Zhendong. World number 2 now. Still getting used to saying that. And he beat Benedict Duda 4-0 and Wang Chunting 3-1. I think this is going to be a fascinating affair. All China affairs, always fascinating. They will know each other inside out. Lin Shidong, he is often thought of as the best of the rest after the big 5 of Fan Zhendong right here. Wang Chuqin, Ma Long, Liang Jingkun and Ren Gaoyan.
This match has the most cheers to fall in this evening. No doubt about it.
So 19-year-old Lin Shidong is 14th in the world. At the moment, as I said, he's the one that people are looking up for in the future. Fan Zhendong, 27. 2 in the world. He's of course former world number 1. He's the current world champion. He's won everything really except for, he's won 4 World Cups as well, by the way, except for an Olympic gold. Ingrid Bogren is the umpire. Shidong used to be in the top 10 as well early this year. Chan Chi-wai is the assistant umpire. Looking to return to the top 10, I'm sure. And yeah, you'd be interested to hear in the head-to-head. It is 2-all. They first met in 2023, the champions in Xinjiang. Fan Zhendong won 3-2. Then they went to the WTT contender Zagreb. Fan Zhendong won 3-1. They've met twice this year alone in Doha to start the year, star contender. Lin Shidong won 3-2, and I was privileged enough to commentate on the match between them at the Singapore Smash, where Lin Shidong blew away Fan Zhendong. There's no other way to describe it. He was just red hot, too red hot for Fan Zhendong. So he's won their last 2 meetings, Glenn, and they've both been this year. You've got to say it, probably he's the favorite coming into this, given that recent record.
I think you're so right about that, but let's not forget that Fan Zhendong also has one key aspect going for him. He's had his fair share of trials. I'm not making any bones about it this year, and I think he will want to prove his worth.
Yeah.
And the best place to do that would be this very event. We're talking about the World Cup, so
it's a very fair point. I agree with that.
I think we're in for a really, really strong game here. Is it going to be the strongest of the day? Well, Chesney and me are just going to zip our lips on that. There's moments where we have thought it would go our way, but it hasn't presently.
Fan Zhendong has a career record of an 85% win rate, by the way. Now, what I think is interesting is he had a 66% win rate against fellow Chinese players. Only Ma Long can equal that right now.
If you're looking at the current rankings, we're looking at the age, you're looking at everything put together, which we just, of course, you know, enlightened as to Prasad. It should swing in favor of Fan Zhendong. But looking at current form and looking at the way that Lin Shidong has been playing, well, I think it could be anyone's game here.
Yep.
Although currently it is, you know, young Lin that leads 5 points to 1.
Yep, 53%. Lin Shidong, his win rate against fellow Chinese. So Fan Zhendong has a lot more success on that front, but he is struggling here in the opening game.
6-2.
I don't know whether you get the impression, somehow sometimes when you get a view of Fan Zhendong, especially in these last few games that we've seen, even though he's been very good, it kind of pales in comparison to the fiery Fan Zhendong we've seen early on. I don't know whether he's slowed down a tad bit, whether he's getting back to form, whether he's... I don't know. There's something that... Well, if you look at Ma Long, more or less you know that he's the same player you saw last year and the year before last. There's been not much of a change in the way that he plays or approaches his game. But, well, I could be wrong.
Yeah, something to ponder for sure. A couple of useful points here for Fan Zhendong as he narrows to. He's definitely had some blips in the last 2 years. Cho Dae-seong at the start of last year, losing to him, a player so wildly below him in the ranking.
Having said that, let's not ignore one big fact. He still is the world number 2.
Yeah, he is. We can't take that away from him, you're right. He's playing a player who's got a world champ medal in mixed doubles, a bronze, and a couple of senior titles as well, the FIDE Summer Series in 22 and the Contender Oman in 23, but he's still very, very young, Lin Shidong. But he seems to kind of have Fan Zhendong's number in recent times.
And that's interesting. That's interesting because sometimes it's just that player's style and your style, and you can actually get the upper hand of that player. Will it happen today? Don't know, but Lin Shidong leads 7-5. In control here once again, young Lin Shidong. And it certainly looks like Lin Shidong just drawing Fan Zhendong into making a few errors, which doesn't normally happen with the world number 2. But it's been a good start. Having said that, it's only game number 1. Remember, there's 7 to go. Not just 1, but there's 7. And it's interesting because he's got the lead. Can he hold on to claim the first game? Now, that's when Fan Zhendong comes out with the serve like that. Well, this crowd is absolutely loving it.
Yeah, they are.
And I'm sure they are split in the
It quite
crowd.
often is when it's an all-China affair, but you know, Fan Zhendong's obviously got the history now. He's 26. He's been around for a while.
But I'm sure Lin Shidong's got the younger crowd. And there's a ton of them.
Yeah.
They've actually got a cheer as well. It's not just, well, fan support.
10-7.
And Fan Zhendong, that inability to give in, will hold on and fight back best as he can.
11-7.
And
that's the first one claimed by Lin Shidong.
And this sets the stall out, doesn't it? Fan should be a little concerned by this. Lin Shidong taking the first game, and this is a big big moment. Lin Shidong takes game 1, 11-7 against Fan Zhendong.
Second game, Fan Zhendong to serve, level.
So Fan Zhendong will serve, starting off with the second game.
I'll tell you what is very impressive from Fan Zhendong's point of view, right? He has played so much table tennis. Of the 340 matches he's ever played against someone lower ranked than him, he's only lost 10% of those matches. 34 matches. So he rarely does it. Wang Hao looking on. No coaches allowed, of course, when it's an internal match. They don't get involved. It's up to the players to figure things out for themselves. Even more impressive, out of 497 matches that Ma Long has played, he's only lost 46, less than 10%, to players ranked below him.
That's interesting, isn't it?
Wow.
That shows you the quality. Actually, that shows you not the quality, but the consistency of a player's skill.
Yeah, very impressive.
So now Lin Shidong and Fan Zhendong trading points. They started off in a very different manner. They've kind of fallen into a bit of a routine. I'm sure that Fan Zhendong wants to reclaim this.
Yeah, this is interesting little period here. Shidong wanting to press home the advantage. Now, against someone like Fan Zhendong, you cannot take your foot off the pedal. The way he just made room for himself to play that shot earlier, Fan Zhendong, and it came at him at such pace. Have a look at the shot coming up here from Fan Zhendong.
Well, that's absolutely stunning, isn't it? That kind of play. And Lin Shidong just returning the favor with service. Well, you can't deny one. Shidong is in form. He is very much in form. You can look at that, his fitness levels, his mental, well, conditioning, very, very focused.
You know, Fan Zhendong's won 32 senior titles. I think we talked about Ma Long winning, what, 49 of them? So Fan Zhendong beat that record this year. He has yet to win anything on the WTT, lost in the semi-finals to Hugo Calderano. He lost to Wang Chuqin in the WTT finals against Wang Chuqin.
Well, that's a very, very big well, inclusion in Calderano's CV now.
Yeah, I mean,
it means a lot.
Yeah, that's huge for Calderano, right, who's in action a little bit later on. He lost... Lin Shadong's put him out of 2 different events this year, the Star Contender in Doha, the Singapore Smash. I think it was something like 16 or 17 matches unbeaten in Singapore, and then he was dumped out by Lin Shadong. We were jokingly calling him the Lion King, because he's so good in Singapore.
Well, that's a fabulous name, isn't it?
But that has gone. And for the first time, I think Chan Dong's taking the lead here.
And he's just kept his calm. Just another day at the office for Fan Dong. Well, we knew this was always going to be close. 2 lads from, well, the same team, the same country. Fan Dong now very, very well focused on claiming it.
Yeah, has he kind of come good here, Fan Dong?
Well, the net just coming in his way. Always talked about that beautiful, forehands that are often featured by Ma Long and Fan Dong. And
yeah,
it's when they get to use that it makes a difference. But I do believe, Chez, right now, Lin Shadong just has the edge for some reason. It may be not much, but maybe just enough to see him through. Still early days, so we're only into the second.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's worth mentioning that Lin Shadong, he's had, as you say, a pretty good year. Lost out to Timo Boll in the round of 16 at the Singapore Smash. Before that, Star Contender in Doha, got to the final and lost to Wang Chuqin, but took 2 games off the now world #1. He was 2 games down and started a battle back. So he gave Wang Chuqin a good run for his money. Liang Kun is 3-0 in the semi-finals. And now a game point, a solitary game point for Lin Shadong.
Very assertive here now, Fan Dong. Very, very assertive. He needs to take his best shot here.
Oh, great reactions there from Fan Dong. It looks like Lin Shadong would put that away for the winner.
I think he just waited for that.
He anticipated that brilliantly, didn't he?
Terrific return there from Fan Dong.
So at the end of the second game, it's 11-9 to Fan Dong, and it's 1-1 against Lin Shadong. So now, one apiece. Fan Zhendong just about got through that one against Lin Shidong, who was leading for a fair bit of it. It just shows you, doesn't it? This is the two who's been put through his paces by Lin Shidong, who, if he plays for any other country, you know, right now, as I said, he's sick, number 6 really in China. He would walk into pretty much any other national side as a number 1.
It's very interesting because a lot of these youngsters, we're just going to look at that first. Oh, absolutely marvelous from Lin Shidong, but a lot of these youngsters have grown up following, idolizing players like Fan Zhendong and even Ma Long for that matter, more so.
Yeah.
The 2-all. Fan Zhendong back in it. If you notice, Linwen Ru of Chinese Taipei, unlike anybody else's, but it's very close to Ma Long. That juggling of the ball in your left hand before you set it down, and you can tell that there's an influence there.
I'm sure that Ma Long has been, as you say, inspirational for so many,
including players in the West, in Europe.
Oh yeah, and not for nothing is he the greatest of all time, or as he's also known as the dictator, the dragon. The superlatives they've all run out for Ma Long really a long time ago, because he's achieved so much. This is an opportunity as well for Fan Zhendong. We've looked at it from Lin Shidong's point of view, but an opportunity for Fan Zhendong to also make a bit of a statement here. I think you said it earlier. He's been through some trials and tribulations recently.
I think he wants.
This is a moment, right?
I think he wants to, Shez. I think that's, and I think it's right for a player of his caliber.
Yeah, I mean, going out at the semi-final stage to Ugo Calderano, losing to a foreign player, that also comes with all kinds of baggage.
Oh,
but if he can beat a fellow Chinese player here, an up-and-coming one that has given him trouble in the past, and then progress far in the World Cup. You know, he is the defending champion. Let's not forget, it is 2020 when he last won this.
It's a big one for him.
Yeah.
Can he defend his title? Must be a tad bit of pressure regarding that too.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I have to tell you, one of the most amazing things about being at the Galaxy Arena, if you notice, for the lads, the loudest voices are girls and women. That's just hands down.
Plenty of fans, you're right, female fans. Oh, what a shot. It's opening it up there. Lin Shidong. Watch this. Watch that. And he wasn't too far away from getting it back either, Fan Zhendong.
No, he wasn't, but just that turn of the ball, I think fantastic job being done here by Lin Shidong.
Again, very, very similar shots from Lin.
Well, just using, well, perfect placement there against Fan Zhendong. I think he's mixing it up a bit, Lin Shidong, and I think he did it yesterday as well. We saw that.
He just struggled on the little banana flicks he's using, little Chiquitas. Fan Zhendong. Lin Shidong has worked it out nicely.
I always believe there's a, quite a big age difference between Ma Long and Fan Zhendong.
Yeah. Something like 9 years
I
between
just
them.
missed that. Yeah, and I'm sure that Fan Zhendong is also, Malong has been an inspiration to him as well. And Fan Zhendong has also beaten him. It's very interesting, but players like Fan Zhendong have won so much. I'm keeping Malong out of it because of age, but Fan Zhendong has won so much that he just appears to be a lot older than he is
Yeah, it feels like he's been around again forever.
for the longest time.
So he's battling back here, Fan Zhendong. Again, this is a very similar situation to what it was in the
Previous
first game. Yeah, where no, Lin Shidong went on to win it. The backhand on the servicee from Lin Shidong on a number of occasions has been so good for him. And he's got 4 game points now.
Well, so close to claiming that third game.
10-7.
He saved one here, Fan Zhendong.
Well, I would be very upset if I was in Lin Zhendong's shoes right now and I let this go. Because the more Fan Zhendong gets closer, there's every chance that he'll snatch it away from you.
That's another one. Pressure now building for Lin Shidong. Will he call a timeout? No, he's deciding not to.
Fan Zhendong just keeps them coming.
It's early doors, man. She's just going to wait for later in the match. Three points in a row for Fan Zhendong, who draws level.
And I think Lin Zhendong knows this. He senses it. You cannot squander your lead when facing a player of Fan Zhendong's caliber.
Oh, what a time. So now it is game point to Lin Shidong. Can he convert? He's already had 3 of these. Taking the edge.
That's the edge. It definitely did. It looked like it. But well done.
I'm not that happy with himself. Maybe because he got a little too close for comfort.
I think it's a bit of pressure off his shoulders. That's actually a good return.
Yeah. So, 3 games down. They've all been pretty close. Lin Shidong's won that 12-10. He's 2-1 up here against Fan Zhendong. So now, Fan Zhendong again finds himself behind. Looking to build some momentum here. Lin Shidong and not leave it too close like he did in the last game.
Well, it's interesting. It's 2-1 now. Shadong wants to race ahead as best as he can. Got the better of Fan Chendong on his serve, and now it's Shadong who holds serve. 2-love.
Yeah, you know that with Fan Chendong, he can bounce back quickly like that.
Well, it's very simple. You take my serve and I'll take yours away. Oh, that was stellar. Probably one of the best bits of play that we've seen. Shez, really, really amazing. Fan Chendong's, well, attempt to save it, absolutely brilliant. And then the ability to get back quickly.
That
shows his fitness.
So good, isn't it? In the end, in a losing course, but to even get there.
It's just stellar.
Oh,
what's that? So then Shadong moves up to. Very, very interesting the way, well, this match is really playing out.
And Shadong just in front by 2.
4, 3, 6, backwards.
Well, on the serve, he's been penalised here, Fan Chendong. Maybe he's just thinking, well, I'm going to take a timeout then. I need to reset. But that's a cheap point, a really cheap point.
Introduce women's table, Chen Xingtong representing China, Sun Yingshan representing China. 来自中国的陈幸彤对阵来自中国的孙颖莎。The umpire of women's table 女子球台主裁判 Chen Minlan Hong Kong China. Assistant umpire 副裁判来先生 Hong Kong China.
Four points clear now. This is very good for Lin Shadong. If he can go 3-1 up here, well, that is a massive for him.
Well, he needed that timeout. Just needed to collect his thoughts, I think. On Zhendong. Well, it's so very important for him to get back into this game. Can't afford to be making too many mistakes, but Lin Shidong still continues.
Yeah, he's in trouble here, isn't he?
Picking up those points. Definitely looking, well, just the more relaxed of the two players.
He needed that badly.
Well, getting back onto the points trail always go big.
It's now Lin Shidong's turn, and I think this is a good one to call because he knows if he goes 3-1 up, it really puts him in a fantastic position. So, up by 2 here, Lin Shidong.
That is sheer class.
So nicely done.
How do you make, well, a senior player, one of the finest players in the world, dance to your tune? Well, that's the recipe. 9-6. Well, let's make that 10. Service there from Lin Shidong. I think that timeout was so needed. He just needed it to make sure that he could talk to himself and come back and win it.
4 game points. Oh, what a way to bring up your 3rd game. Lin Shidong. Awesome.
Well, he just waited for that patiently. We're going to get a view of that. It's almost like he had it planned in his mind. I know the serve's going to come. He had already started moving, giving himself enough of room. Oh, that's phenomenal.
And now, in a great position, Lin Shidong, 11-6 in the 4th game. He's 3-1 against Fan Zhendong. Fan Dong has got the fight of his life here to try and beat Lin Shadong. He has to win this game, otherwise it's all over for him. This is a pivotal moment, I think, for him.
Well, that's a glimpse of the Fan Dong we know so well. Just a change in the way he moves. And we're looking at it right now. I think there's something that's been triggered within. He understands. He's taken a 2-love lead here. 2 points to get started. Be interesting to see if he can build on that.
Yeah, he's suddenly found this extra strength here.
Well, that's a clean finish.
Lovely, lovely.
And that's a great way to get started with the points in your 5th game. Fan Dong just going to going through the motions back again.
Just too far away from the table there, Lin Shadong.
Well, he just ruled it, didn't he? Fan Dong ruled this point. He leads 4-2.
Yeah, it's, you know, what's interesting is that only one other person has won it 4 times. Ma Lin, the great Ma Lin, the World Cup. No one has won it 3 times in a row, which is what Fan Dong has done. But he was going to go for a record 5th World Cup here, Ma Long, and that... Sorry, Fan Dong, excuse me, I should say. And that looks like it's not going to happen, unless something quite special occurs. Even Ma Long has only won it twice.
Well, he's a special talent. He's always been Fan Dong. Has fans right around the world. My neighbor too, big fan. She's asking me, you know, who's your favorite player? And I said, all-time favorite, obviously Ma Long, love his playing style. And she said, well, no, mine's Fan Dong. And she's an older neighbor. So,
interesting.
Yeah, she's been following him from the time he first burst onto the scene. So, there is something really special about him, the way he's gone about his career.
Yeah, he just suddenly has stepped up a gear, Fan Dong.
5 points ahead. Looking a lot more in control, a lot more, well, decisive with what he's doing, where he's putting his shots, not getting any errors in there.
Still 4 points between them.
Well, I think can hold on.
There's a audible groan whenever Lin Shidong wins a point. I mean, obviously Fan Zhendong, as a more established player, will have more fans. Well, this has been good from Lin Shidong. He's battled back nicely. 2 points away. Remember, he wins this game, he takes the match. Oh, and he's bearing down on Fan Zhendong.
Well, just a point to drift now. Well, not the best of times. Fan Zhendong.
Well, that's a bit of relief for those fans.
But he's getting close, and very close now. He was far behind Lin Shidong. Well, I was just so kind of sure that Fan Zhendong was going to claim this game. He still might. He still might.
Yeah, frustration there. Just saw a little bit from
2 points ahead.
Lin Shidong, 2 game points.
So Fan Zhendong will have to claim it in the next point, or if not, we'll have to see it go to Belgius. Then it's going to be a bit of a stretch.
Oh, Fan Zhendong takes the game. It was the response he needed, but he's still up against it with Lin Shidong in front. And at least he's narrowed that lead at the end of the 6th game, which Fan Zhendong has won. 5th game, I should say. Fan Zhendong has won it 11-9, but Lin Shidong leads 3-2. Now, here's something I find really interesting. In a best-of-7 match, okay, Lin Shidong, he does very well in the first 3 games. He wins awesome stuff.
That's an absolutely brilliant rally, isn't it? But Lin Shidong claims it.
Yeah, on average, he wins the first 3 games very comfortably, 71%, 79%, 79%. That drops spectacularly in the 6th game of a 7 match series, he only has ever won 25% of 6 games in a 7-game match. So that is that's a remarkable dip.
She's anxious out. He could be increasing that percentage today.
Well, he could be. Or
Positive
point of view, it's a chance to improve it. You're right. Fan Dong, meanwhile, yeah, his worst performance is 47% of 3rd games, which he did lose, in fact. But he then picks it up. I'm just going to reread that because my eyes are clearly deceiving me. 74%, not 47. My goodness. I was just thinking that sounded a bit odd for someone like Fan Dong. But he averages 70%, over 70% of the first 6 games. When it goes to the 7th, it dips to 58%.
So currently we are into the
6th game. So
which is very important.
Lin Chidong has never lost a 7th game, by the way, if it's got that far. So maybe he wants to wait till the next one.
No, just let Fan Dong pick up this one.
And then take it to the 7th.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding. Of course, he would want to finish this off right here and now and not risk having it go to the 7th. Now, let's see what happens here. They're both taking the timeouts as well. Momentum, in theory, is with Fan Dong having won the last game.
Fan Dong knows if he can win this, give himself a fighting chance for the next one. Whether that happens or not, well, can't really say. But I know one thing for certain. Well, Lin Chidong should finish it in this game, because whether you take the statistics into account or not, on that day, if Fan Dong feels he's got to break that 7th game curse, or Lin Chidong thinks that his day just doesn't suit this match going into that last and final game, well, anything could happen. So you take what you get, I think. And remember, it's the last 8 qualification that we're looking for. It's still not over. There'll be more grueling encounters in the next few days for all those that progress.
Well, this is a very, very good game and a half so far for Fan Dong.
A lovely rally going toe-on-toe with Fan Dong, but it's Lin Chidong who wins this. He's still 3 points behind Fan.
4-7.
Well, there's so much.
Look where he is placed, Fan Dong just now. It was difficult for him.
I was going to say there's only so much you can bring to a rally, and then, well, they just stretch it a bit more. Yeah, I think you're right, Shez. He was actually caught in a bit of a difficult position. Constantly had to, well, move back to take that. And definitely the height of that ball, gauging that from that distance.
The flexibility required from both these men. So impressive.
But he's up to 5 points, Lin Shadong.
Oh,
what a return!
What a shot from Lin Shadong. Almost overhead for him. And he hit it back with interest.
Oh, that is magical, isn't it? What an amazing return that is.
That might well be the shot of the tournament so far.
That's just... Well, you don't know whether to laugh or cry, but in Fan Dong's case, would just been the latter here. It's just phenomenal.
He's only 1 point behind now, Lin Shadong. It's drawn level. 4 points. Wang Hao, he's impressed, surely, by what he just saw from Lin Shadong.
And that smile says it on. Actually, he's probably smiling because
he's not having to be sitting down there clapping intensely and not showing any other emotion. It's nice to
save those bumps for a bit.
Yeah, take some time off. It's nice to not have any skin in the game and just sit back and enjoy.
Well, that's what he's doing. I mean, he's seeing 2 of his lads.
Oh, the pivot there. He just turned around and wheeled away in disappointment. Lin Shadong.
Oh, these 2 lads from the Chinese team, they're just producing some amazing displays of skill here. And let's not forget, this is only the round of 16. We still have to progress to higher stages.
Yeah, and we're already getting some top quality table tennis. Superb.
I'm sure the crowd absolutely loved every bit of it. And not just men's, but the women's as well.
Remember, we've already had an upset today. Anton Shelbury beating Liang Jinkun. That's one big star out. Could we see another one here tonight? Under pressure, he delivers here. Fun. And that sets up game points here for Fan Zhendong.
And that's, well, if you can push it and win this, that's going to be setting up a decider. That'll be only our second decider of the day.
Or is it? How are we going to get there? Lin Shadong looking to put pressure on Fan Zhendong and try and finish it here. He's got 1 game point to save. He's done it to at least take us to deuce.
Well, he doesn't want to let go. Says, I think he understands and he knows that there is something in here for him.
Oh, and he now moves to match point. Lin Shadong. Huge moment here.
Absolutely delightful here. I think he was very much in control of this. Fan Zhendong, well, just putting it out. Those few errors from Fan, setting Lin Shadong at the point of a win.
No, it doesn't quite happen yet. Fan Zhendong survives. And he now has another game point, his third one, Fan Zhendong.
Just the amount of intensity, that focus in that. Knew he had to save a point, knew he had to salvage it, bring it back. So Fan Zhendong, well, at match point now.
Fan Zhendong has done it here to take us to a 7th. Boy, he came close to being eliminated. The 4-time World Cup winner, the defending champion.
The last point, of course, match point. Lin Zhendong with his serve. Just gently chop that back, nothing special. The topspin there with the backhand, and that's it. That kind of just put, well, Lin Zhendong on the back foot, and that expression says it all.
So we going to game 7 after Fan Zhendong won game 6, 13-11. It's 3-all now with Lin Zhendong. Well, this has been a real classic, hasn't it? An epic battle between these two combatants. And there's more distant times for us. What do you think, Glenn? Where do you think this is going?
Well, I think, you know, we discussed this in the morning and we thought that this was the game that, I think we got this one right, Chess. Among all of them, we got it right. We discussed this and we thought that it was going to go to a 7-setter, you know, teammates, similar styles of play. They come from the same, you know, pretty much similar, you know, atmosphere that they've been groomed within. And I'm sure that during team events, Lin Zhendong would have picked up a lot of, you know, tricks from Fan Zhendong, a lot of tips, and they would have spent some time together. We've seen that. I mean, I personally know that that's what happened with Fan Zhendong and Ma Long, you know, during his formative years or his developmental years. But I think for Lin Zhendong to take this fight to Fan Zhendong, absolutely brilliant. The fact that he couldn't close it down, I don't think that's Lin Zhendong's fault. I think that's just dedicated to the class of a player like Fan Zhendong.
And you now wouldn't be surprised, of course, if Fan Zhendong goes on to win this.
Well, I wouldn't be either. Because he's just looking extremely now strong. He's looking like he can't be shaken in this one. So it was the right term. I was just searching for unbreakable. That's what it is.
Yeah, it is. You feel now with the kind of lead he's got, the momentum he's created for himself. Fan Zhendong could be on his way. Could be.
Well, I think so. But, you know, players like Fan Zhendong and Ma Long, when they get to that last part, and they know that they are, you know, either on equal footing or they're on the lead. Yeah, I mean, 9.9 out of 10, they're not going to squander it away. Now he understands. Fan Zhendong understands where he is.
Well, he's coming at Lin Zhendong hard here, and he's moved to a 5-point lead, Fan Zhendong.
This is this is another hallmark of these great players, to be able to switch. You spoke about that in the morning in the earlier session, Shazad. We spoke about conserving energy.
Yeah.
And then it's just a blast after that. Lin Zhendong picks up a point. But I've loved this, and I'm sure you have too, because I've loved this encounter right through. It's been such amazing, well, table tennis on display. It's just phenomenal, including some spectacular returns and shots.
Well, he needs to get a run of points here.
Well, he's at 2. I think he'd be rather happy with, or pleased with this one. He was very much in control of it. Excellent execution there. Well, he used that shot so many times against Fan Zhendong at that particular area beyond his outstretched forehand.
Well, that little run has stopped.
7 points.
Went for it there, Lin Shidong, and now Fan Zhendong is up by 5. 3 required to win this. This is kind of reminiscent of Zhang Wujin against Lin Wenru earlier today.
It is, but in that case it was Lin Wenru who was the big gun.
Yes, more in terms of the storyline, the score, coming back from 3-1 down to win 4-3.
What a performance from Zhang Wujin. And Lin Shidong does come up with, well, moments like that. It's 4-8, it's still not over, the battle is still on here.
No, you're right, it isn't.
And you know, this is a very, very important match for the simple reason that Fan Zhendong understands. Because he probably would see this very similar to the times when he was playing Ma Long in those early days and he was giving him a lot of stress.
Or just starting to add some pressure onto the situation.
So 5-8, Lin Shidong to serve. So couple of errors and we're up to 6.
Is there more to this?
Well, this game certainly has legs. It doesn't belong to just Lin Shidong and Fan Zhendong. Oh, excellent execution there. Just close that down.
Is that 4 points in a row now from 8-3?
It is.
That is impressive. Lin Shidong's not done yet.
Well, you spoke about that 7th game scenario, and you know, while other players look like they're getting a bit fatigued by the 7th, Lin Shidong looks like the party just started for him. Absolutely wonderful play here from Fan Zhendong.
Very, very good. Oh, he's found that corner. Fan Zhendong.
Well, it's really brilliant, isn't it? Just that accuracy, just that thinking. He knows where he's got to put it. And you know when you've got it right before that ball can actually reach you at the table, you know you got to celebrate that.
Huge point there. You cannot let Fan Zhendong get to 10 unless he's very, very close, because then he's got no margin for error. So hugely important there for Lin. To get that. He couldn't Lin Shidong, and now Fan Zhendong has 2 match points.
What a change from the previous game. It was Lin Shidong at a match point.
Ooh, but that really on the rise. It was tough.
Fan Zhendong equalizing in the previous game, stealing that match point away and winning it.
He's got 2 of his own here, Fan Zhendong. One saved. A little bit deep, that shot, maybe right off the edge.
What about Lin Shidong is saying? It's the 7th game. I'm staking my claim. Placed it beautifully there. I think Fan Zhendong just struggles with a bit on that backhand to stretch it out.
Still 1 match point. He has set both of these match points. Oh my goodness.
Now that's what you call a match that has truly gone down to the wire.
Absolutely.
It's Lin Sedong not giving up.
No, and you've got to say, both of these men tonight have shown such grit and resolve. Wang Hao.
They have delighted, and now
He's thinking.
he's actually enjoying the game. That's all he's doing.
Yeah.
He's just getting back and enjoying the game.
Oh, a chance there for probably for Lin Sedong. It's a third match point for fun.
Just get a view of that. There it is. Lin Sedong with the serve. Gentle touch back. And straight off the net. So didn't really have to work for that, Fan Zhendong. And if he can just claim it now. Well, net or no net, I want to stay in the game, says
The net helps him in one point, it does it in another.
Let's just look at that. It does go with the net. Now that's a difficult return because most often, well, the net does foil. Well, your vision of what the movement of the ball is.
Again.
That's another whoop of joy.
Fan Zhendong.
It's been a while since I've heard Fan Zhendong react like that.
Yeah, and that just might tell you something. He's on his fourth match point. Lin Sedong has survived so far.
Caught up and survived.
Yeah, remember where he was. Once again, Lin Sedong, nerves of steel.
This isn't going to get over soon. Crowd's loving it. We are loving it.
He was down and out, wasn't he? Something like 8-3.
He was. I mean, if Fan Zhendong came back, previously, well, I think Lin Sedong said, you know what? Let me just kind of set the balance right.
9 of the last 13 points have gone Lin Sedong's way. And he cannot seem to take the lead. Fan Zhendong with his 5th match point.
I do wonder whether he can close it down with this. He's had his fair share of worries too. Those returns from Lin Sedong have been very, very sharp earlier.
Is he doing this, Lin Sedong? Well, they are getting bang for their buck, aren't they?
Well, they probably were expecting about 4 or 5 games at the most. Looks like they're getting about 8 here.
5 match points saved.
And don't forget, deuce in the earlier games. There he goes again.
Just not been. He seems to only save it for the match points, but
it's almost like a pattern, isn't it?
Yeah. 6th match point for Fan Zhendong.
For a wonder, he's not turning around and saying that to the crowd. You wanted it? I could do this all night.
This could be it. It is.
There it is.
And he's finally got there. My goodness, what a match we've just had. And Fan Zhendong is still on course for a record 5th World Cup title and a record extending 4th World Cup in a row. But boy, has he been pushed all the way. You've got to give so much credit to his opponent, Lin Sedong.
I think Lin Sedong was absolutely fantastic. He was in great form. I think he really took Fan Zhendong down to the wire. We're looking at that 7 games that we talked about. But having said that, this is what it means to be world number 2. This is what it means to say that you are defending champion. It comes to responsibility. He knows at the end of the day, this is my territory. And defending champions don't just win in 3 straight games. They can go down right to the bottom and from rock bottom come back and clinch it. I think that's a story to write about as far as this game is concerned.
Very well said there, Glenn. Fan Zhendong has beaten Lin Shidong 7-11, 11-9, 10-12, 6-11. He was 3-1 down at that stage and he reeled off the next three. 11-9, 13-11, 15-13. And he's beaten Lin Shidong 4-3. An epic classic we've had here. Fan Zhendong has just about come through, but he's seeing a nemesis beginning to develop. What a rivalry that is against Lin Shidong. More matches to come here at the World Cup. Well, after beating Lin Shidong, faces Lin Gaolian. Lin Gaolian in the quarterfinals. That'll be another classic, I'm sure. Next up, it's Shunsuke Togami of Japan versus Egypt's Omar Assar. Next up, it's Shunsuke Togami of Japan versus Egypt's Omar Assar. Maybe slightly less unheralded players, like some of the other names that we've had before, but it's good to see a nice mix. I think this one could be really interesting, and again, maybe a close one. We'll see between Shunsuke Togami and Omar Assar. They've met just once before in 2022 at the Star Contender European Summer Series in Budapest. In the opening round, Omar Assar beating Togami 3-1 that day. So we'll find out a bit more about these players with Shunsuke Togami, 22 years of age. He's 26th in the world. He's been a little bit higher at 23rd, a little bit earlier in the year. Got to the semi-finals of the WTT Contender in Doha. His best performance in 4. Omar Assar is 32. He's currently 17th in the world. He was 16th just a short while ago, and he won the African Games earlier this year, beating Quadri Aruna in the final. He is sort of the standard bearer as well with Quadri in terms of flying the flag in Africa. Miguel Lagos is our umpire. Ingrid Bogren is the assistant. Omar Assar has won just about everything there is to win within the African sphere: African Games, African Championships, African Senior Cup. The Africa Top 16 has only come in third, but that was a long time ago. I think he really has his sights on other things. So he is one of the big stars of African table tennis. And he's currently their highest ranked player.
Togami versus Assar. First game, Togami to serve, love all.
Shunsuke Togami's on the singles front, got a bronze at the Asian Championships in 2021. A couple of World Championship medals as well for team and doubles.
One love.
I think this could be quite evenly matched, Glenn.
Well, I think so, Shez, and I think this is game that you and I were awaiting for a reason. We do love Togami, and we definitely love the way that Assar has played. The kind of energy and determination he has brought to this tournament has been unreal. Really, we weren't expecting that. He's coming, with great gusto. He's coming with an extreme amount of skill, flexibility. He's done everything right. But this is a crunch point for him now. He's up against a very formidable opponent.
1-2.
I just love the way that he goes about his business. I do believe that at some point of time, though, he's a buffed lad. He's big. He can be a tad bit intimidating. But I don't think that matters to Togami. Will just take on any opponent just the same.
He's 194, 6'4".
That's
Omar
big,
Assar.
isn't it? That's big.
Again, change the direction to go down the line.
Absolutely wonderful play from Omar Assar. You know, with smaller players, we've discussed this so often, shares the center of gravity. We've talked about, you know, how their movements are and how it's an advantage. But I really admire big players or tall players for their ability, not for the reach, but when they can move. And this man moves. He certainly does.
Yeah, he does. You're right.
Kagami's way of saying, well, if he can move, so can I. I just got my hands to do the talking. But impressive footwork from Omar Assar. Very, very impressive. Kagami, of course, does have the lead here. Omar to serve.
When we look back at how these guys performed in the group stages, Kagami beat Omar Assar's compatriot Ahmed Saleh 3-1. Ahmed Saleh had already taken points off Deng Cho, and then he beat Deng Cho 3-1. That was really, that's one of the results that stood out. That was one of the few upsets of a low-ranked player beating a high-ranked player in the group stages. 3-1.
And very convincingly.
10 player, yeah.
Yeah, he just ran, you know, right over Deng Cho. Unsettled him and kept it that way.
One of them was a bagel. That was the very last game when the result was already a foregone conclusion. I think we've got to be fair about that, but a superb result. And then we've got to talk about Omar Assar and what he did in the group stages, where he first faced off against Noshad Alamian, beating him 4-0, as he was expected to.
Well, I thought, to be fair, I thought 3-1. I thought the 4-0 was really what defined, you know, what his intent is in this tournament.
Yeah. And then he was very good against Cruz Morgan and beat him 3-1. Didn't have too many problems there either. Apart from the first game, 15-13.
That was a massive result against Jules Morgard.
Let's 4-7.
So both of them will come into this with quite a lot of confidence, but don't forget, Togami is one of the very few second-ranked players to top the group. Almost every other group saw the top-ranked player topping the group and then therefore advancing to the quarterfinals. Sorry, the round of 16.
I think the big question here today is how's this all going to add up. Tagami in the first game does lead. We know that both these players can go the length of 7 games with ease.
9-4.
In fact, I think he's the only player to have topped his group that wasn't expected to. Shunsuke Tagami.
Well, that Deng Cho was the favorite for that. No doubt about it.
Exactly. Yeah, he's happy with that, isn't he? Omar Assar.
Well, I think every point counts for him. He's drawn close. But Tagami is still 2 points ahead. We've seen Omar Asar's fighting spirit.
Well, that's been straightforward for Tagami to win that first game against Omar Asar. Pretty much led from the front. So at the end of the first game, it's 11-7 to Tagami.
Second game, Asar to serve, love all. One love.
So this game is turning out to be a very, very intense battle. Let's not forget that Tagami, well, is in the driver's seat, but Omar Asar wants to step out from the back seat and claim that position. Well, he's been, well, stellar with his performances. But left to be seen whether, well, that Egyptian fire can be doused by, well, that cool Japanese athlete.
I think Tagami's just been very impressive so far in this event.
He's in control, Shez. He's definitely in control. He's been calm, collected. Excellent shot selection that we've seen. He's put the ball in places where it's troubled Asar. 2-all, Omar Asar to serve.
Yeah, he's happy about things at the moment. Omar Asar bouncing around. He's, again, one of those sort of confidence type of players.
You know, Shez, when we started off the day and we'd gone past the first game, which was great, and then we went to the second game, and I was saying, you know, probably the LeBron versus Malong game was absolutely fantastic and probably the best game that we've seen. And then with every game that's gone on, we've repeated that statement. And probably the last game was even better than all the rest. So I'm just thinking, what a day this has been. What an outstanding day. And we still have one more contest coming up soon after this. 3-4. Asar's taking the lead here. Tagami to serve. Oh, lovely placement, but what a return from Shinsuke Tagami. Ball goes cross here just to claim it. Absolutely wonderful play from him.
Yeah, all square here.
Asar, bit of concentration.
4, 6.
That is phenomenal. Lovely play from Omar Asar.
Yeah, he's looking just a bit more in the zone now. Not quite there. From Togami's point of view, going 2 up here. Big plus for him.
7-5.
It's not the procession of points that he got in the first game.
Well, he's making it very quick, Omar Asar. He knows he's got to rely on extreme tactic against Tagami. Tagami drawing one back. I think Asar just a little bit concerned.
Yeah, he knows he wants to try and keep pace with Togami.
It's a second game. That return from Tagami.
To get to that. Brilliant from him.
Well, amazing, isn't it? First that well backhand, then that passing shot. Just reached it in time. Well, it's only...
Is he getting a timeout now? Wow. Early on. Yeah, he doesn't want Tagami to go 2 up here. Oh, the onus is on him. He's the high-ranked player here. He's the player who's beaten Tagami before. He's not quite in where he wants to be just yet. So let's see if that's had the desired effect for Omar Asar. Obviously feels that he does not or cannot afford to go 2 down here against Shunsuke Togami.
Well, I would share his concern, Chez. And that's done him a bit of good, because I think he understands if Tagami goes 2 games ahead, there's every chance that he could try and finish it faster. And mentally, that might affect Omar Asar, who's currently, well, a game behind. Not great for his morale, he feels, I guess.
9-8.
And he was struggling to find answers to those questions put up by Tagami, and I think that timeout has definitely helped.
Yeah, 2 points in a row.
Excellent placement there. And just waited for that ball to sail out. Oh, that's an amazing shot.
8-10.
Brilliant play there from...
Well, he was under a little bit of pressure, but he's delivered here. 3 points in a row for Asar and he's got 2 game points now. That fanning shot helped him.
Big time. Set himself up for the finish. Now I want to know what that conversation was about with the coach.
A deft touch from Togami, who saved 1 game point here.
Azar making the effort, but falling short. Shunsuke Togami.
And he's done a great job here, Togami.
And I think this is now a reason for concern for Omar Azar. You're ahead. You want to close it down. But if you're going to allow your opponent, who's looking strong, to catch up, it just makes it so much more tougher. So we have a deuce.
It's his 3rd game point, Omar Azar.
Chance here for Omar Azar to, well, pull level as far as the games are concerned.
Again, he saved it.
It's amazing when Azar loses the point that he should have won and the Togami wins that point. There's a shout of cheer from Togami and there's a shout of despair from Azar. But if you weren't watching the game, you'd be confused as to who won the point.
11-12.
Well, he's been able to create the game points. It's his 4th one now, Omar Azar.
But I think it's about just moving on from there. You don't want to get stuck in, stress this out a bit too much.
Remember how many we had for Fanjing Dong earlier before he finally converted.
Let's not forget, Chase.
12-all.
These long encounters can also be tiring, and you're going to get back into action tomorrow, which again will be another long encounter.
No, you're right. It's
trail.
coming thick and fast. But again, you'll be hoping if you're playing tonight that you're not playing till tomorrow night. Give you more time for recovery. It's split into 2 sessions, 11 o'clock and 6 o'clock local time. Oh, wonderful. Again, that's his 5th game point. Omar Azar.
Well, I bet his coach must be whispering from the sidelines. Come on, Omar, finish what you started.
But he does in the end. Omar Azar takes the 2nd game and he's level things here after being considerable pressure. The timeout has eventually paid off for him.
Sigh of relief there for Omar Azar and shares the scores.
Yeah, 14-12 to Omar Azar in game 2. It's 1-all.
Third game. Togami to serve. Love all.
So it's a game of peace here. Even Stevens between Omar Asar and Shinsuke Tagami. Omar Asar will just justifying that timeout in the end. Tagami has a few tricks up his sleeve. That being one of them.
Yeah, this is Tagami's got to be thinking he had those chances, could have made it 2. Asar will be delighted that he's squared things, and that timeout, I guess, has paid off.
1-2. 3-1.
Plenty of reactions, shall we say, by the table. Omar Asar, his best performances have been in 2015 and 2017, reaching the round of 16 in the World Cup. Formats have changed over the years.
4-1.
And he's done well here, Tagami, so far.
It's going to be a tough battle here, there's no doubt about it, but I think what's very important is to see which of these two players can get the upper hand. Now, it's been one apiece, but Asar has had to struggle more than Tagami to win that single game. Tagami has, well, just been, well, a bit more relaxed.
No, can't do it. Three points clear here.
5-3.
Service there from Asar. Well, this time Tagami has his own back, leads by 3 points in this third game. Really heavily reliant on serve now, both these, well, round of 16 participants.
4-6.
Asar's got a chance to level up if he can hold the serve.
Oh, good rally. Asar is struggling against the pace of Tagami.
Those flicks from Tagami, quick wrist movement, especially when he gets off the backhand, it's just outstandingly fast. Great variation as well. What do you do when the ball lobs up in the air and comes off the edge? The worst. It's probably one of those moments that even if you're an amateur player, you just hate it. It's different if a player keeps it low, generates a bit of topspin, it comes off the edge, the side, oh, it happens.
Yeah.
But to lob a ball up, it's criminal for it to come off the edge. You either get it to come off the table or to come out.
7-6.
Better there from Asar. Only a point in it now.
Oh, he's a fighter, isn't he? Just loves to give it his all. Tagami says, I'll have one back here.
Oh, he's missed that one. Asar.
Oh, what a rally, and once
Great
again,
rally,
Tagami.
wasn't it? Really good.
Just two wonderful talents here right before our eyes, and well, Tagami, well, just excels with those rallies.
Again, he converts that point quickly, but he's still got 4 game points. 3 game points should get Tagami. This to go 2-1 up.
Oh, that is phenomenal play from Omar Asar. Absolutely phenomenal, those returns.
You know, Glenn, what we watch on screen and what you see in person when you're right down by the table, the pace.
It's lightning fast.
It is just, it's actually deceptive on TV.
It is lightning fast.
So quick for these players to be able to return the way that they do.
And to process where you're going to return.
Exactly.
That's phenomenal.
It is massively impressive.
Which is why, you know, when you talk to table tennis player and you ask them, how come you chose table tennis and not another sport, and they just laugh it off. Because there's such an amount of, you know, complex parts that make up the game by itself.
He converts that game point, Shunsuke Tagami. And he will be delighted. He's back in front again.
So it's 2-1, but it's been hard fought and fairly close, I would say. Asar well with that burst towards the end. And I think he will simply have to win the next one if he wants to stay in it.
Tagami takes the 3rd game 11-8. He's leading Asar 2-1.
Asar to serve, love all.
So Omar Asar serving here to try and level things against Tagami.
I think it's very important for Asar to really stay in this. He's got to, you know, keep tabs on, or rather keep pace with Tagami. If he doesn't, and Tagami wins another one, believe you me, Shez, he's going to go in for the kill with the 4th.
Yeah.
And I think Asar, having come so far, he's got a shot here at doing something special in the World Cup. I mean, for crying out loud, it is the World Cup.
Yeah, I think both of them will have looked at this draw and thought, hey, I've got a real shot of getting into the quarterfinals. Your first aim is to look at the draw and think, well, I've avoided a Chinese player. And both of them have managed that.
Sweat off your brow, you think?
Yeah, and that's why they'll be delighted that there was an all-China clash earlier today. Fan Zhendong and Lin Shidong up against each other.
Everybody who's not Chinese welcomed that in the draw.
Very happy. That means one less Chinese player to worry about. And I think they were probably, most of them would have wanted Lin Shidong, because Fan Zhendong, you know, they know he can just raise his game in a tournament like this.
Having said that, he narrowly lost to Fan Zhendong. So
Yeah.
Lin Shidong has been in very good form. I think if anybody else had to meet him, I shudder to think.
Yeah, I don't think that should be taken as any indication that he'd be an easier ride for sure. I agree.
I mean, I love watching both of them, but I was very happy for Fan Zhendong. I think, you know, he
He
deserves
probably
this.
needed that as well, didn't he? Yeah. Well, Omar Asar's last appearance in a WTT event was in the Champions Incheon. Where he lost to Go Jun-sung, 3-2. Singapore smash. He was defeated by Sharath Kamal, who went on that fairy tale run. Lost in the round of 16 in 3 straight games. He was a little out of sorts in that one, I have to say. As for Togami, his last appearance at the Champions, he lost to eventual finalist Ugo Calderano, 3-2. Not bad. He beat Truls Morgaard. Oh, sorry, he lost to Truls Morgaard in the Singapore Smash before that, in the opening round. 3-1.
6-3.
Well, interesting to see if Asar can hold on to win this. I think he has to, Shez. I think he just has to. And it's something that he's aware of. Besides, there's no more timeouts for him.
4-6.
Shinsuke Togami catching up.
Just the 1 point again.
Well, it's the 4th game of this 7-game clash.
7-5.
Asar will be happy with every point.
2 points Asar has. As the lead, Togami not using his timeout anytime soon, you would think. That's gone the way of Togami. Togami.
Take too long for Togami to creep back up, did it?
Glenn, he goes to 3-1. We said that in other matches too, but 3-1 here, you feel that would be massive for him.
Just generating the right amount of, well, turn on that, keeping it low.
8-7.
And now he's gone in front. 3 points in a row for Togami. This has been brilliant from Tagami.
Well, absolutely stunning. His work is right through this whole encounter has been. He's just silently gone about it.
Yeah.
Done what he needs to do. Just let his bat do all the talking.
Omar could have a second time out. He would have done it by now, I think.
8-9.
He was part of the World Cup winning team with Egypt in 2013. That took a historic bronze medal, along with Japan. El Bayali and Saleh, who also hit the World Cup, played in that. Oh, that was tight, but it was out, and
needed that.
2 game points here. Key moment here for both these players.
Asar doing extremely well here. He's delighting the audience as well.
Timeout.
The timeout called by Tagami. He now feels
the need for some advice.
Yeah, well, yes.
Time.
So another key moment here with Asar having saved 1 game point. Still got another
9.
So 10-9, Tagami not taking any chances. I think he wants to finish this off. Just seeking a bit of advice there from his coach as to how to tackle Asar, who's been pulling in the points.
Oh, he saved it again. Well done to Asar.
Oh, wonderful play there from Asar. That expression from Tagami was just classic.
2 clear points now required. It could be Asar here who brings it to 2-all.
Let 10-all.
So Asar at game point. Can he finish it? Shez, what's your take on this?
His turn, wow. Be a turnaround here for him. Asar takes it. Oh, wow. 2-all now.
A bit of a strong whip in that. Gotta get a view of that. I think Tagami keeping his serve fairly simple and just gave, well, Asar the chance to whip that back. And Chez, here we go with another game done.
So Omar Asar takes the fourth game 12-10, and it's 2-all.
Togami to serve. Love all. Togami, please, play.
So it certainly looks like, well, Tagami and Asar, well, equally matched here, 2-all. 4 games done.
We did kind of speculate that this would be one of the close ones. It's been a long evening already. We are, what, about 3 hours to this session. We're not even finished with this. We're about halfway through this one.
We've been going through long games, but I guess, you know, that's another thing. We always know that there's going to be long games, and it's strange because sometimes a semi-final or a final may not go the whole 9 yards, but the rest does. And especially the round of 16 and the quarterfinals, you'll always have these, well, long games played out because everyone's trying to get to the finale.
Yeah, it is marathon encounters at times. A great start here from Togami. He's had opportunities in the last 2 games to even finish this off, one might argue.
Well, he's another one of those players like Linwen Ru, Shunsuke Tagami, who's got such a strong wrist on him. He's a wiry lad, but extremely strong, well, wrist. So when he does flick, it's absolutely phenomenal. The pace that he can generate, the acceleration that he gets out of it, it's quite phenomenal. And I don't have a strong wrist. I've got a big wrist, but not a strong one. So I always have the deepest admiration for players who can do that.
Yeah.
And especially more than the forehand, the backhand, that's when you require the wrist to rotate so much more. Absolutely phenomenal. And Tagami excels at this. Asar fighting back, fighting strong. If you notice the difference between the 2 players, since we've been watching so much of them, but Tagami relies heavily on certain moves.
Yeah, that was
which he uses to good measure.
Shot. Yeah.
But Asar plays a more complete game. He's got the serve, his shot selection. Oh, that was just out of reach, and for a big lad. Just giving him a taste of his own medicine. Oh,
yeah,
Asar.
Asar now trying to claw his way back into this.
Well, that's wonderfully done.
Let 5-3.
Now a little 3-point cushion here for Tagami as he looks to take a 3-2 lead. Doesn't get that back, Asar. Just a bit harder for the Egyptian now to get into this, to get back into it, I should say. He's looking to try and play the banana flick there, Shunsuke Togami. A very good pointer for Asar.
Just kept it simple, waited for Tagami to make a mistake. Just for a minute, when I took my eye off the screen and off the court, I thought that, well, is he actually wiping the bat?
They just wanted to break that run of points there, Nagami. To stop his opponent from getting some momentum into that midriff.
Straight off that top edge. Almost like a bullet. Tagami is holding his own in this game so far, unless Asar decides to make a comeback later on. 2 points adrift of claiming another one, Chess.
Yeah, this is important for Tagami to finish, to see this through. So he does convert this time, Shunsuke Togami.
That was extremely fast. There wasn't too much of a fight back from Omar Asar, and I think, well, is Asar conserving for the next game?
Yeah, well, we'll find out shortly. 11-5, Togami wins game 5. He's now 3-2 up against Omar Asar. So Omar Asar has to win this game to stay in the match. From his point of view, he wants to take it to, he needs to take it to the 7th.
If Tagami wins it, it's pretty much the end of the road for Asar this tournament. But that's wonderful play from Asar. He's just sending out a signal that he wants to stretch this to 7 games. And Tagami says, let's finish it faster.
He's just so amazingly quick, isn't he, Tagami?
It's almost like a flash of hands, right, when Tagami does.
Yeah, it is. Something like that, I agree.
And then just gets over.
2-1.
It's just a flurry of action and movement.
I always wonder whether, you know, there are some players, of course, who work very heavily on their serve, and there are some players who work very heavily on their, you know, forehand or backhand, and then there are some who work heavily on the flick and the jab. He's able to punch it to any, well, distance with the right amount of touch. Different kind of touch artists, more aggressive touch artists.
Left 1-3.
That's how to serve. He trails by 2 points.
1-4.
Very
like
quick
Tagami
start, isn't it? Yeah.
So he was just talking about that. He does that so well, Tagami.
Wow. Best start he's had in a while, Shunsuke Tagami.
He's on a run, isn't he? It's 5-1.
Yeah, Asar just seems to have lost his way all of a sudden. He's been playing well.
Yeah, and just that aggression, that finesse. Don't know whether the last game just kind of dampened the spirits a tad bit, but I don't think so. He's not that kind of player. He's a player that keeps coming at you. But yeah, you know, we always talk of that back of your mind feeling, that little voice in there that we can't hear outside.
2-7.
He's made a lot of mistakes in this, a lot of errors in this game.
He has.
So a point here, and he'll take that with gratitude.
Play, please.
Five-point lead now for Shunsuke Tagami in the vital 6th game.
I think that reaction said it all from Omar Asar. He does know where this is headed.
3-9.
Yeah, it's just gone very, very wrong for Omar Asar, who would, again, if he had a 3rd timeout, he'd probably be looking at taking it now because he's in trouble here.
Yes, he is, Shaz, and I think it's a hard one to come back from, keeping in mind the fact that Tagami has been in better form in this particular game.
It's a flurry of points, isn't it, right now for Tagami? And he's got 7 match points here.
It's just been raining points for him.
Well, that's a bit of a meek ending, really, for Omar Asar. Shunsuke Tagami continues his advance at the World Cup, having defied the odds in the group stages. He has, again, upset another higher-ranked player in Omar Asar. Brilliant from Shunsuke Tagami.
Well, I have to say, I have to agree with you, Shaz. It's been such a performance from Tagami. He was in control for most part of the game. You had, you know, outbursts and spurts of really winning stuff from Omar Asar. Was it good enough to combat what Tagami did? I don't think so. I think in that last game, Asar wasn't himself and almost threw it away right down to that last winning point that Tagami had. So it's a bit unfortunate. Can't help but feel awfully bad for him.
He looks disappointed, Omar Asar, because Shunsuke Tagami has beaten him 11-7, 12-14, 11-8, 10-12, 11-5, 11-3, 4 games to 2. Tagami is into the quarterfinals of the World Cup. So now only one place left to secure in the quarterfinals, and that's either going to be Wang Chuqin or Ugo Calderano against Zhang Wujin. But here, Togami takes on Ma Long. That's his reward for beating Omar Asar. So up next, Wang Chuqin of China, the world #1, takes on the thrill from Brazil, Ugo Calderano. So Ugo Calderano walks in. He beat Finn Lu and Anders Lind 4-0 each in the group stages, and he's now up against the world #1 in Wang Chuqin, who had a surprising start to this event with a 2-all result against An Jae-hyun of Korea. He was actually 2-0 and then sort of fell away a little bit, and then defeated Kirill Gerasimenko of Kazakhstan in straight games. Now here he is against Ugo Calderano. So these two players have met 4 times. It's 3-1 in favor of Wang Chuqin. Ugo Calderano met them, won the very first encounter. No surprises, Wang Chuqin was just a little springing chicken then. So Ugo Calderano is 27. He's currently 7th in the world. He actually was a former world #3 early on in 2022. Wang Chuqin is 23 and is the current world #1. It's been about a month since that's happened. The 3rd time he has reached that status. The last couple of times it was only for a few weeks. And I think for the moment he will be able to hold on to that for some time to come. Chan Chi-wai is the umpire for this one. And he'll be assisted by Miguel Lagos. Wang Chuqin is already at just 23. Very, very successful. He's won World Championship medals, none of them in singles in terms of golds. He's got a silver last year in Durban. He won golds in team doubles and mixed doubles between 2018 and last year. Also won the team gold this year in Busan a short while ago. World Cup in mixed team, he has won the gold last year, December. WTT finals, 3 golds, 21, 22 and 23. Asian Games, he won the gold in the singles. That was a big one in Hangzhou in October last year. He actually won everything there was to win in Hangzhou last games. He's also a former youth Olympic champion from the 2018 games in Buenos Aires. As for Calderano, he is reigned supreme in the Pan American region, winning Pan American Games golds and Pan American Championships, Pan American Cups, Latin American Championships. Also the Youth Olympics, he's won a bronze, but at an earlier one in 2014. And at Cup finals, he's won a bronze in Singapore in 2021. And at the ITTF World Tour Grand Finals in 2018, he won a bronze. So he's had his fair share of success as well, Hugo Calderano.
Let's quickly look at the total picture shares. Wang Chuqin, world number 1. Currently, well, looking very sharp today, but we do know that he's had his moments. He hasn't been at the top of his game and as sharp. But today, will he bring it?
Yeah, will certainly attest to that.
Now, Calderano's come prepped. We know Calderano's beaten the world number 2 in recent times.
Yes.
And when you put all that together, I'm sure that Wang Chuqin also has this in his mind, that this lad is not somebody who can be taken easily.
No.
Neither is he somebody that you can get past. And he's been pitch perfect in his moves right through this entire tournament, Calderano. So I think we are in for a cracker of a game.
Yeah, I think so too.
3-all for the time being. Absolutely wonderful serve that Calderano has. I'm sure he's worked a long time on that chess. Wang Chuqin to serve.
3-4.
Once again, Calderano will take the lead here.
Next, 3-4.
Wonderful players to watch in this event. But every time that Wang Chuqin comes, well, to the table, that roar from the crowd, well, just chopped slightly, but right, closing it down there, Wang Chuqin.
Yeah, he's done well, Calderano, so far.
4-5.
Talk about his performance. Won the Singapore Smash. Wang Chuqin didn't take part in the Champions Incheon, beat Nang Chun Kun in that final Singapore.
5-all.
In the process, beat Felix Lebrun as well, Dang Cho, Truls Morgaard, Gao Cheng Rei, Joao Geraldo, many of the names that we are seeing right here. In fact, all those names I've mentioned, they have been here at the World Cup.
Well, nobody would want to miss it, would they?
No.
Such an event.
5-all.
It's day 4 for us. And these days have just flown by with the flurry of action that we've seen for Shez and me, Glenn.
He hasn't lost
5-6.
a single match in WTT. That's 15 wins out of 15. He's only lost one match so far. That was at the World Team Championships in the opening encounter with Zhang Wujin. And then he bounced back later on superbly. So that's only one defeat all year. And he has won the WTT finals in Doha this year, the star contender in Doha after that, and the Singapore Smash. So 3 titles, 3 tournaments, 3 wins. So he certainly wants to make a clean sweep here. But Calderano has kept pace with him now. A warning on the serve for Calderano.
Always a stumbling block for most players, isn't it? You get caught up with the momentum.
7-6.
Lovely play on that backhand.
That's how you come back. That's a fabulous finish from Calderano.
Calderano up by 2 here.
Well, it certainly looks like it's going to be tough.
Oh, the reaction from Wang Chuqin that led up to winning that point. Amazing. This one here.
Just that build up, great reach there. Slight jab, just what was needed. He punched that beautifully, didn't he, Shez?
Yeah, played well on that one. Now let's see what he does here on serve. Oh, you gotta love that receive on the serve there from Calderano.
That's the finishing touch. Didn't need too much movement from Wang Chuqin.
He wasn't gonna get there, was he?
It's on to 9 points.
Next. Nice 7.
Oh, 3-game point. Amazing.
Going in with a nice high toss for this one. This was... Well, so far it's all going according to plan and what he's had in mind for Calderano. Beautiful flick there from Wang Chuqin. Knew he had to win it without stretching. Well, display into a rally, and that's exactly what he did. It's now on to 8 points. So he saved 1 game point. Wang Chuqin to serve.
Next,
8-10. Still 2 game points for Calderano.
Oh, he's missed that one. That's 2 in a row for Wang Chuqin.
Well, Calderano would not want to squander this. And he's done it. 11-9. Calderano taking the first game.
Very big. Very, very big. Great result there for Calderano in the opening game. Not so many would have necessarily expected that. And the first game goes to Hugo Calderano, 11-9.
Game, 1 to serve. Level.
Well, that's an excellent start for Calderano, isn't it?
Explosive. And, well, he was good. He was really good. Now,
we often say you get a reaction from the top Chinese players, especially when they've gone down a game. They don't often go down the first game either.
And then they come out with this really aggressive instinct, don't they?
Yeah.
Well, I do like that. Calderano matching Wang Shiqin. He's up to 1-all. That was a flurry of shots there from both sides of the net. And what a finish from Calderano. Wang Shiqin finally hitting the net.
Took the head. It just feels like it's really good form. This is a man who got to the final of the recent champions in Incheon, losing to Liang Jinkun 4-1. But he beat some big names as well along the way. Fan Zhendong, Felix Lebrun, Alexis Lebrun, even Shotsuke Tagami we saw earlier.
A lovely play. That's championship material. You don't need to work too hard. Let your arms do the talking. Wang Shiqin. 2-all.
Net. Ooh, just he's not showing too much emotion, but he might just hurt his ribs as he lunged for that on the table. Now I'm just going to give you.
It's 3-all as we continue. Remember, it's game number 2. It hasn't been the easiest run for Wang Shiqin. Well, getting into this encounter.
Yeah, I was going to say, at the Singapore Smash, he lost the first game to Deng Cho in the quarterfinals, 8-11, and then he waxed Deng Cho 11-1 in the next game. So it's not going to quite be that emphatic here, but you would normally expect a response here from Wang Shiqin.
It's 5-4, Wang Shiqin leads. It's never going to be too easy when you're playing the world number 1, but then again, you're looking at the top 5 as well.
Just got this crowd right behind him too.
Interesting here how well this game is playing out. It certainly is what the doctor ordered for the last event of the day.
Correct. They've suddenly picked it up, haven't they? The pace here, Wang Shiqin.
7-5.
I do like what Calderano is doing. He's trying to, well, even if you can't, well, take the lead. Just stay close. Hugo Calderano. What a revelation he's been in recent times. And he's delighted the fans here. The Washington leads 8-5.
That was good for him to get that 3-point margin.
As is with all contests, Shez. Unfortunately, only one can progress. But they're both such fine talents.
6-8.
Calderano will rush it. Lovely attack from him. Sudden attack.
Oh, this is good from Calderano. Wow, this is brilliant from the Brazilian. 3 points in a row.
Well, it certainly looked like Wang Shiqi had, you know, a stranglehold on the game, and he's just well, come back in such a nice manner.
Well, this is outstanding from Calderano. I'm not sure many would have seen this coming. Now, can he finish it off and go 2 up here?
Well, that is phenomenal play from him. He's been so impressive.
Big moment here for Wang Shiqi.
Well, had to pull level. Be really interested to see if Calderano can hold on, but that's the thing when you're up against the best in the world. It's easier said than done.
And so he's got a game point here, Glenn.
Well, you would think he's beaten Fan Zhendong in the past. He would love to add another feather to his cap, being the world #1. But then again, Wang Shiqi, not the easiest. And he's claimed it. A little bit of hiccup along the way, but he's claimed it.
But just about. This is going to be an almighty fight, you feel. So Wang Shiqi wins the second game 11-9. It's 1-1 with Hugo Calderano. Well, this is quite the battle already into our third game.
Well,
it's one apiece. I do think that Calderano really had it together for the previous game, Shez, but Wang Chuqin just stole the thunder. I think that's just a tad bit of a worry. Oh, just stretching Wang Chuqin here. Calderano. Yeah, absolutely phenomenal there.
Yeah. Did well, didn't he?
Right spot at the right time from Calderano. It's 2-0.
Calderano has a 64% win rate overall in his career. Wang Chuqin 81%, so a big difference between the two. And as I said, he hasn't lost a WTT. He's only lost one match all year so far. He's the informed player. He's the #1 player in the world for a reason. Calderano has won 64% of his matches this year as well. So in keeping with his overall career record, 9 out of 14. And Wang Chuqin against
2-4.
Wang Chuqin against Pan American players. You can't really. He's got 80% record against non-Chinese. He's got a 91% record against all non-Chinese players. How good is that? As for Calderano,
Yes, 2-4.
Against Chinese players, he's actually got a very decent record, 32%, 13 out of 40 matches he's won. Oh, he's countering. He's coming back to the table. Ah, brilliant from Calderano.
Outstanding, absolutely outstanding control there. And even his coach had to get up to applaud.
It looked here that he might be in trouble. He was playing some great shots back.
Oh, look at that distance. And then just pulls closer. Oh, that is outstanding play.
Those kind of points, they can really be a catalyst for you.
Today has been a day of lobs.
5-3.
Well, you come back after a magnificent finish, and then, you know, the simple ones get a bit complex for you. Calderano to serve, leads 5-3. But when you're up against Wang Chuqin, we don't take those leads too seriously.
He's actually got a better record against left-handers than he does against right-handers. Calderano, though he doesn't struggle necessarily against them, as quite often can be the case. Leads by 3 here.
Seven.
4-point lead here for Hugo Calderano.
Well, I don't know, Shaz, but you just get a slight inclination sometimes when you're watching the game. I'm not taking anything away from Wang Chuqin.
4-7.
Calderano just looking a tad bit fitter.
You think he's looking pretty fit?
I'm saying, if you just watch their movements and how fluid they are, and I've seen Wang Chuqin, once he gets going, he really gets going. I'm not taking anything away from him, even fit or not fit, he's still currently the best. There's no doubt about it. But just going by movement alone, just parts slightly stiff, maybe, I don't know, that slight niggle in the knee. He's got a patella band on, let's not forget. Could be a slight worry. Calderano just looking maybe 100%. Wang Chuqin looking like 98 or maybe 96%. It's just that slight difference. But it does make a big difference when you're reaching out for shots.
He's really pushing Wang Chuqin at the moment. I often see the Chinese players, like today we saw Ma Long pushed. We saw Liang Jingkun lose. Fan Zhengdong was really pushed, but that was, of course, against a fellow Chinese player. But Wang Chuqin.
Yeah, but I think you've got a point. You know, Lin Shadong, what's he ranked? 19?
13.
13. And Lin Shadong up against the world number 2.
6, 8.
He did take, I think he gave Fan Zhengdong a real scare. I mean, it's ultimately, you know, your experience and the fact that you can put it all together.
Yeah, there's been no straightforward match today. Every player that was underranked, or sorry, lower ranked, actually came back into it. Darko Jorgic for a while looked like he was down and out, but then he bounced back for a bit, didn't he?
He did.
Against Lin Gao Lian.
6, 9.
Lin Gao Yang, sorry.
So that's 9-6 or 6-9 now. So Wang Chuqin will serve. Just look at that light tap there.
The women's table is complete for the day, and that means all attention now focused on this table.
Next, 6, 9.
So you get double the row, you get double the chair, and most of it is...
Almost all of it will be for this man here.
10, 6.
Well, that is got something else to look at. 10-6. Calderano.
And of course, tomorrow, all attention will be on just one table. The women's and men's quarterfinals begin. We'll start with the men, and it'll alternate between men and women tomorrow.
I'm not saying it could happen, Chez. I'm not saying it could happen, but just in this scenario, we know what Wang Chuqin is capable of, but in this scenario, the world number 3 is out.
Yeah, just to try to interrupt you there. There's 4 points now. 1 save by Wang Chuqin. Sorry, yeah, you were saying.
Calderano did squander the previous game. I mean, he could have won it. He was ahead.
Yep.
Pretty much similar situation right now, but just in the instance that the world number 1 goes out with the world number 3, that will be shocking.
A couple of games against Wang Chuqin is not unheard of. We did it in 2019, where he won the first game, but then went on to lose the next 3 against Wang Chuqin, so it's slightly different from here, the Hungarian Open, and then in the Budapest Star Contender European Summer Series, he actually lost the first one, but then won the next 2, and he was 2-1 up, like he is here, before Wang Chuqin stormed back.
There's no doubt whose name is ringing out right through the entire Galaxy arena. And listen.
Last call.
I was saying earlier, Glenn, just towards the end of the last game, that we've already had the world number 3 out in Liang Jingkun.
Which we weren't expecting.
No, that was an upset at the hands of Anton Shobry. And you're saying that, I mean, there's a possibility of the world number 1 going out on the same day. That would
I think that would be insane.
That's 2 Chinese players, number 1, number 3,
Top
out
3.
at the round of 16, I mean, that is almost unheard of.
What's left to
Fan
Calderano
Dong was almost
us.
out tonight as well.
Yep.
That would have been something.
And we're not just looking at Chinese players, European players, or whatever. We're just looking at that top 3
ranking. Yeah. Well, it's a very good start to the 4th game here for Wang Chuqin.
4-1.
That's a very nice winner from Calderano, who needed that badly to try and stay in touch with Wang Chuqin. Nicely done, Calderano.
Wang Chuqin. Well, really looking to make a few inroads here, but it's 5-2. Calderano now trailing in this 4th game.
Oh, advances there. Yeah, important for him there to win that.
He is a good reader of his opponent's game, isn't he, Shez, Wang Chuqin? He does understand, more or less which way his opponent's going to put that shot. Now he's just running away with it, you would think.
Yeah, this is probably what people are expecting a little bit more of. That was a wild swipe, wasn't it?
I think a gentle bit of turn there, just kind of spun that ball out. Calderano.
Huge draw as he leads by 6.
What a change from the previous game.
This is more like it from Wang Chuqin. Where's his beam?
Oh, this is massive, isn't it? Looks like he's found his rhythm back again. Now he leads 9-3. Calderano, well, pegged back for this entire game.
I think Calderano probably already, unless he can do something pretty special, probably having to have one eye now on the next game already. Six game points.
Well, now it's a bit of a tough ask to get back for Calderano in this game. It looks like it's got to be, well, 2-all.
The Wang Chuqin storms back, Glenn. No surprises here that he's done it, and this has been the most one-sided of all the games so far. That was important for Wang Chuqin as he wins the fourth game 11-4. It's now 2-all for Hugo Calderano.
That game. You're going to serve. Love all.
So we are now at 2-all here in this round of 16 match between Hugo Calderano of Brazil and China's Wang Chuqin. Really could go either way. We saw a very emphatic Wang Chuqin in the last game, Glenn, and you feel that might maybe the turning point for him, perhaps?
Well, it could be, I think. I also do believe that, you know, we've often talked about size, but Wang Chuqin a lot more comfortable on the other side. He's been kind of very powerful from that area. But having said that, he still leads 2 points to 1 as he serves. Remember, this is only the 5th game. It's 2 games apiece. It's a very fitting end to the round of 16 in the men's.
That's a great shot down that line on the parallel.
Well, let me say this. You're playing in Macau. We are currently in Macau. The fans all behind Wang Chuqin. It's not that easy for Calderano because you've got the entire tour behind your opponent. And, well, it does make a difference, you know, to keep you motivated, to have your own fans behind you. I mean, not like the Swedish fans who've traveled all the way. The Brazilian fans haven't. It's their first teammate. Calderano to serve. Oh, what a reply. That was a reply. And he'll just shrug it off. Well, he knows that that was a worthy point chest.
Really was. He's leading here. Very good for Calderano. And he's got his way back into this Wang Chuqin, this one.
So important here. Wang Shiqin just keeping that lead. Keep in mind the fact that if he goes up, well, but 3 games, Calderon, of course, is called for a timeout.
So the timeout called by Hugo Calderano. When he's trailing Wang Shiqin here in the 5th game. As long as he's about 2 points, 3 points max, Glenn, he's still in the hunt in this game. And that's important.
Now those reactions from Wang Shiqin just beginning to show how important well each point is going to be for him.
Right off that corner for Wang.
Well, I do believe, Shares, if Calderano lets this game go, which puts Wang Shiqin up to 3 games, I think the next one could be Wang Shiqin's.
Yeah, that's a distinct possibility.
Just 2 points away now. Let's make that 1. 5 game points here for Wang Shiqin.
Doesn't make it there. 4 game points still to save for Calderano. It's a good serve, that. Oh, what a shot that was! Little chop there from Calderano, right low down.
Just got the face off that, didn't he? Beautifully, Chaz.
Kept himself in this. Here we go.
And that just...
Really good to watch that. 3 game points still though for Calderano. Making a real fist of this.
Oh, he certainly is. He's not going to let that slip through his fingers so easily. He was in control of this game first.
He was.
But this has certainly been a battle.
Well, that was important for Wang Chuqin because it was looking like a very impressive comeback from Calderano. But Wang Chuqin has
Second. One to serve.
now. He wins this game, Wang Chuqin. He is through to the quarterfinals. He play Zhang Wujin in the next round.
Left one.
Hugo Calderano, of course, will have other ideas. Off the cheeks there from Wang Chuqin. Last point on the board for the Chinese player. Well, if this is how you silence a hall, well, Calderano's doing a pretty good job of it at times.
Well, most times when Calderano does win a point, there's a bit of silence around the arena.
Yeah, like that one, for instance, where Calderano's completely missed it.
There's a roar.
Yeah. Well, it was a decent start to this game for Calderano.
Now let's frame this in once again, chess. So Wang Chuqin leads 3 games to 2. If he claims this, it's over and done with. Calderano boards the next flight home. If Calderano wins it, we go into one more game.
Yeah, straight shootout for game 7. That is not how you go about trying to get to game 7. Disappointing as far as Calderano is concerned. Yeah, interestingly, again, for Wang Chuqin, his numbers start dipping from 74% winning 74% of first games, which he lost this time. He goes to 71, then 73, then 67. Now, this is the 6th game. He wins 57% of these 6 games.
Which is still a positive. It's still over 50.
Yep. For Calderano, his lowest percentage of wins in any game in a 7-game match is in the 6th game. Only 51% of 6th games does he win. If we're looking into those sort of stats,
Certainly has one of the finest returns from a distance, Calderano. But Wang Chuqin will be more than happy to claim the spoils in this one.
back in front. They're trading blows right now, these two.
I don't think Wang Chuqin intends to take a timeout.
Well, he might do if Calderano here,
if he wins this game,
will surges ahead in this game, because he wants to try and win it in this game if he can. Now, if Calderano gets 1 or 2 more points here, Wang Chuqin may well do it. Let's see. Tight 6th game so far.
Well, Wang Chuqin really throwing himself into each and every shot that he can, and there's a reason for it. I do believe, just as you suggested, Shez, he wants to finish it.
8-7.
Got into position for the Chiquita. Didn't execute it the way he wanted. Calderano back in front. Oh, Calderano, that's a wild one.
Bit unfortunate. Notice there's a lot more concentration here. Wang Chuqin will stop back to refocus.
Well, he's not far away now. Wang Chuqin, can he slowly think about the final? So 1 foot there yet. Bit hard to tell.
He's on to 9 points. One ahead of Calderano. A lovely flick from Calderano. Changed direction twice. He's got up to 9 all. Jez, this is smart play from the Brazilian.
He's doing what he needs to do. Stay in this. That's up. A match point here. Wang Chuqin. Big moments for him. Calderano, he's had some pressure previously. He's withstood it. Can he do it here?
Well, I think there's every chance that he could. It's... And yes, he does.
We're going to need a winner by 2 clear points.
He's not willing to give up, Shez. That's the... I mean, after getting to this stage of the tournament, I guess. Nobody would want to.
The second match point for Wang Chuqin. Once again, Hugo Calderano has defied the odds here.
Calderano doesn't want to give up.
Timeouts here. For a third match point still to be played.
这球啊，如果你要拧啊，往了斜线往你舒服的最擅长一点，对不对？很简单，要很自然，也不要跟人抽死，要有速度，当然比较好，对不对？抽完以后往这一顶就完了，就完了，这个球就在很完了。 那你想，如果最终还是你感觉也不舒服、顺势啊，你摆住了，哪儿摆得住你往哪儿摆，就这么简单。摆完以后，高球它不会去下拿着，它还会，如果你摆住，它还会站着不动，站住的位置啊，这个球，如果没拿着的话没关系，发球一样要这个球，给他往里起，我给他就一直都得。
So, opting to take the timeout now. We have a third match point for Wang Chuqin. But he is facing the Calderano serve.
Also crucial here.
Wang Chuqin has finished it off. Boy, he's been pushed again like most of the other players here. Brilliant match again. Calderano, he can look back at what has been a great performance, but he fell just short here, Glenn.
Now this is what you call world championship material. You take your time out, 1 point before you clinch qualification to the last 8. What a fantastic game. More power to Calderano. He's really played the game as well.
Yeah, fantastic entertainment. It's been in keeping with today in general. And he got the banana flick in there. He kept the pressure on Calderano, and then he finished off beautifully on the forehand. Excellent work from Wang Chuqin, looking for his first World Cup. He's still on track for that. Great performance from both him and Hugo Calderano, and he shows some emotion here at the end as well. So another upset we thought might be on the cards. It hasn't happened, as Wang Chuqin defeats Hugo Calderano 9-11, 11-9, 7-11, 11-4, 11-8, 13-11, He wins by 4 games to 2.
So good day for us all in all, Shez, and I have to say thank you for having me on board. Looking forward to tomorrow's quarterfinals.
Yep, we will be back tomorrow. Men's and women's action combined. Start 11 a.m. local time.
See you tomorrow. 女士们、先生们，2024年澳门国际冰联世界杯今日比赛已经全数结束，感谢运动员拼搏付出带来的精彩表现，更感谢各位观众朋友亲临现场的支持，请携带好您的随身物品。
5, 6. One no. Seven, eight. Two, 5. Six, 2.
葡萄牙的马克斯·费雷塔斯。
11-6. Game and match to Harimoto. Harimoto wins the football game.
Assim, o jogo vem correndo, hoje eu